Time's up, Admiral.
Here it comes.
Give me the meat and give it to me raw.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Take yourself a great big bite of meat. Taste the pleasure of the highest quality pork around.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Mellow Mondays, where I have a little bit of a plan tonight, a little bit, and we'll see where it goes. Our only real goal is to not end up causing another weeb fight at the end of the night. That's kind of the goal, and I hope, but you never know. You never know. How you guys doing? Mustang Devil, how you guys doing today? You guys doing all right?
Eat a dick.
Eat a dick? What did I do? I mean,
you need to join us on Fortnite so you learn what that means.
No, I am not playing Fortnite. No, I
you owe me $20 for saying it.
I overdid it today. See, I can't take this from you right now. I overdid it today. I did some cardio this morning. I did 30 minutes of cardio before lunch, but then that was fine. But then I made the mistake of going into the kitchen and doing what I would normally do on Monday and make lunch for the next few days and even prep dinner for tonight. So I overdid it. I got a little strain in my chest, hurt me all day. So I overdid it.
What are you doing that for after going through everything you did? You need
because I've been resting for a week and I want to, start to build up my stamina again. My staying power. That was 30 minutes. All I did was walk. I didn't do anything serious. Just walked, but then it was lunchtime, so I had to eat something. I need to make lunch. But I overdid it, and then the day went along. And I'm just tired as hell. Just so tired. But I'm otherwise okay. It's just let me fix this here. I'm all right though. How is everybody? Hail to the chat. Hail to the chat. I see Algram the Strong. Hello, good sir. Salute to you as well. Legatus is back. Hail, Legatus Legion. It's along with Mustang here, one of my mods, one of my regulars. Good evening to you, Kale. Oh, god damn it. I'd like to go 5 minutes without you. I mean, we're already unfortunately going to start the stream because I unintentionally pulled Mustang into this nonsense from last week, and he wants to get to say his piece on the whole thing. But thank you, Dermy, for the $2 back taco. Well, I guess Dermy's back taco is only worth $2 to the men at the truck stop.
But Taco Bell.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know what Dermy's back taco was like after Taco Bell.
That took him 18 and a half minutes to earn that $2 on his knee.
I can't. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. Oh God.
Wow, crunch.
I do have some plan tonight, but we'll see where it goes. Before that, though, as I said, Mustang wants to weigh in on the weeb throwdown from Ballbusters on Friday. Quick review. Dermy and I had a debate concerning Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Devil was there. Others were there. I won decisively, even so much that somebody had to give Dermy a pity vote so that it wasn't a complete table run by me. The chat even turned on him in the end. And then the following day, I asked Dre, who was watching. He said I won. Yesterday on Roundtable, he said, yes, you won. You won decisively. So, but Mustang has criticisms of both myself and Dermy. So, as promised, I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to give Mustang his few minutes to do so. Mustang, the floor is yours to beat me up a little bit. Go for it.
First of all, I really want to say that I thought you were going to kick his ass even worse than what you did. Because we had a nice discussion after last Monday's stream where Dermy, like a dumbass, laid out his entire case in front of us. Both of us could have beat him right then and there. But the real winner in this is the devil for making this shit come to us. First of all, now, I would like to state, Dermy, your intro video. F&T gets it over with faster than you do. And that's saying something. Shorten that damn thing down for the world. Next, Adam, you kept interrupting him. As somebody that does debates, or used to do debates, both of us in school, you know that's a no-no. It makes you the bad guy. Dermy, Freddie Mercury could hit 5 octaves. You managed to hit 9. How the hell did you do that? Did you grab your nuts and then hit him with a hammer? I'm serious. But what it came down to is this. He threw in a ringer. He brought up the word filler and was trying to use it to make his case. And he could have made a decent case for it, taking manga and going into the anime and saying 1 for 1. What the fuck were you thinking? Adam has never said 1 for 1. Okay, Joe Biden, why did you ever go after Adam with that one? Never, never, never. And now you're trying to make even worse of it. Well, here's what it comes down to. When you have a debate to somebody, you had better know the answer to the question. And when you bring up the question of filler in a long-running story like this, even Soldier Adam was waiting for you to make the case. You never brought it home. You could have brought that one home and made this a tie at best. But Adam, he handed you your ass, you little shit. What were you thinking laying out your case on stream Monday? We both knew where you were going to go, and he had you already. But the truest winner of this is not just Devil, but the entire manga, the anime. It makes people who see these videos want to see it. As somebody who does love Full Metal, and you both know that, and you know I won't talk about it. Adam, unmute. I think the real winner was Full Metal because it got people to see it, and I know that video's had some good views. Adam, you won, hands down. My vote goes to you as well.
Thank you. Can I just say one thing in response to your critique?
Absolutely.
We were at high nerd rage debate at that point. The interruptions were going to happen. There was no stopping that. We at that point we'd lost all decorum at that point. So the interruptions were going to happen on both sides. So that's my only defense on that. We were in full weeb nerd mode, and we were shouting at each other at that point. So
I want to know how somebody his size was able to get that
the octave. The octave. Everybody, the octave. That was my goal. I wanted to get him to the octave moment that we got him to with the whole Flash killed his mom thing. I wanted to see if I could do that again, and I did. So that was part of my goal. But yeah, I had to alter my argument a little bit when he gave me the 3 days to do my research and to pin things down. When he confirmed what I knew he was going to do already, and I located exactly what I knew where he was going to go that was in the manga, I had to alter my canon was king argument that we were talking about after that night. I had to, because that would have he would have backed me into a corner.
Yep.
If I said canon is king in the opening, and he said, well, it's in the manga. Yeah, but I'm not going to rehash it, but yeah, so I was ready for that. So that's why I altered it. And again, thank you for confirming. And Jed confirmed it yesterday too, or on Saturday when I was talking to him. We didn't talk about it publicly that I've never said I want 1-to-1. I've always said as close to 1-to-1 as possible because I know you can't get a 1-to-1. So thank you for confirming that.
It was good up in the filler is the one when I heard him bring up the filler, I'm like, oh wait, shit, he can actually get Adam on this one because it's a long running. It would have been like the Dune miniseries. You can get in almost all of it. Mm-hmm. And the retconning, when you brought that up, I went, okay, who's going to say something? Because Adam used it in the proper context. Yeah, that is the proper way to retcon things. There are bad ways.
Just trimming it down.
Yeah.
Trimming it down.
Or fixing a mistake that you made.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the Yoki argument, they realized they didn't need the whole episode, so they just gave it that 2-minute recap so that when we introduce them, we know it. And the train thing, by creating that brand new, by creating the anime only episode 1 for Fullmetal Brotherhood, which that only happens in that anime, it allowed it gave the introductions for all the major early characters, so you didn't need the train episodes. That's a proper retcon. That is it's a side story that has no relevance because it doesn't carry over any main storyline other than to introduce Mustang and his crew. So,
and so the retcon is perfect. The retcon done that way is how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah. Not Disney Star Wars retconning their own bullshit to fix their mistakes.
So
the MCU changing the whole history.
Yeah, the little giant, he did a lot of good with that debate. He got people to see things, talk about things, and understand things. Mm-hmm. And that is a good thing. And the devil wins and the manga wins.
And in all honesty, I told Dermy after the debate, after that night, because it took me after they switched to Rumble, I tapped out that night, but I was still up for like an hour because post stream cooldown, you can't just go to bed even though I was exhausted. You can't just shut everything down because the adrenaline's pumping for after being live on live to the world, hello world. But I shot him, I shot him a message after. I said, dude, you had put up a good fight, and your point had merits. You just confirmed what you were going to do, and you gave me 3 days to prepare.
Yeah,
so
that was a mistake.
And again, I think I still would have won per our discussion. I still would have won in the end, but if he hadn't tipped his hand, he would have had me basically adjusting my argument on the fly right there. I would have had to adjust a couple things, and he would have trapped me. I think if I had said "Canon is king," he would have trapped me, and he admitted that was his original trump card. He wanted to get me in that, and then throw in that those 2 episodes in FMA were chapters in the manga, but didn't make it to FMB. Then you could saw it. And I think he never did answer slotting them in. He never did answer that one on my part. I never got an answer for that. Although again, I did get that joke in about dirty holes that Raster had to stop the whole conversation and say Adam gets plus 10 points for that one. So I gotta admit, I don't know where that came from. That's one of those in the moment things when you're talking and divine influence comes down, or maybe devil was there, so maybe it was hellish influence. It spurred the joke. I don't know where the joke came from, but it was there, and I grabbed it and I went with it. So, all right, so that's enough of that. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just laughing.
Yeah. All right, so that's it. We're gonna put that behind us. The throwdown in Weeb Town is over. We may get another version of it on the next Anime Odyssey when it comes back, because I have very strong feelings on Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury. I finished it last week. Dermy has yet to finish it. I think he was going to try and finish it this weekend, and he was really enjoying it last time. We talked about it prior to the second half. At the beginning of the second half, the return of Adam. Use your fucking words. When the second half of the first season was there, he was still enjoying it, but completely falls apart for me. So he had 7 episodes to go, so he might still like it. So we might have, it won't be the level of what we had in that one. There won't be shot, but it'll be an actual discussion. Since we already did one Anime Odyssey talking just about the first 13 episodes of Witcher Mercury. So we may come back and we may get around to, we'll likely have guests because we are reformatting the show. Hopefully Dermy's schedule does clean itself up and he's able to stop doing these weird hours so we can get back to normal. But hopefully, we're hoping August to return. If not, then probably September Anime Odyssey will come back. But I see Algorithm the Strong for $9.99 from Burrito sticks to landing. Yeah. All hail the front burrito. And the back taco is second fiddle. All right. So, all right. I got one thing to start off with. It was kind of the story day. I found it immediately as I woke up, and when G&G Daily got to it, I was like, God damn it, I can't make a video on this now because I feel like I took it from him. And I'm very, very careful about that. I don't like to feel like I farmed something out. But there was this. Yesterday on Roundtable, we spent a while talking about, at least I think, did we talk about it live? I don't remember. Again, Swiss cheese brain right now a little bit. How the shills and the fake fans lie to us when it comes to understanding movie numbers. And when this popped up this morning and I saw it, I just thought, wow, can they make this any easier for us? Did you guys see this one today? How CBR
not even close.
Yeah, but CBR, this person, Jeremy Dick, You're our dick.
Nice name.
He has the complete idiocy to say that Dial-Up of Destiny is not a total bomb and is officially broken even on its exorbitant budget.
No, hey.
Bullshit.
By saying, and we don't blame Collider here because Collider's just making a numbers report that it hit 302 million worldwide. But this genius takes that and said, because it got over its estimated $300 million budget, it breaks even.
No, not even close.
Not even close at all.
This is somebody that clearly never took a financial course in his life, especially the ones in, say, junior high school that are required.
I never took a financial course, but I've watched other people before YouTube talk about how this shit works, and I paid attention.
Okay. So this one made 302 is where we're at right now. Hey, pull up.
I'll bring it up. All right, give me a second. I'll bring it up. Keep going.
Okay, so I'll give everybody a crash course. Gross is what you make before, well, let's just use your paycheck. Before Uncle Sam takes his money, he's going to take state, he's going to take federal, he's going to take FICA. If you have union dues,
Fucking
that's
FICA.
coming out. Yeah, no shit on FICA. Okay, 302, that's the gross. That means that is how many tickets have been sold. So the theaters get the 50% right off the bat. You have investment in this. The investors will want 20%. And by the way, interest has been accruing now for what, 5 years.
This movie's been on the shelf for like 2 years.
Okay, so you've
And
got
then
2 years
reshoots.
worth of interest going on. And then there's this little thing that, they haven't even put out there yet. How much money did they spend on PR and advertising?
I believe the number that people have dug up was 150.
I've seen it as high as 310.
Yeah,
Really?
I would say it was more because
Wow.
they advertised the shit out of it.
Yeah, all right. I guess
So-
the data in my brain is old.
You need to make at least 70% on top of what we do know before it even makes money. That means that this movie, and I have done the math, needs about $1.2 billion.
That's
Let
in the
that
zone
sink
that
in.
everybody said. Yeah, that's in the zone.
Okay, and it's a real easy one. So when you are growing up, Mr. Dick, and you have bills to pay, Mr. Dick, you need to take a look and say, I made this amount of money from this article. That is my gross. Holy crap, what all did they take out of my check? What is left that you can go put in your bank is called the net. But then you have to pay your bills out of said net. So by the time you're done with it, your net ain't very big, is it?
No.
That's a simple breakdown. And somebody that has owned business, I can tell you right now, I wish my net was breaking even off my gross.
Do movies have to pay taxes on the profit
Yes.
of the thing? So they also have government taking their chunk.
You have
essentially,
state, you have federal, you have local, and a lot of local taxes are what they consider hospitality or entertainment, which are actually above the state. So say my county is 10% city tax, state tax combined, county tax. Entertainment is 15%. So
Yeah,
15% on top.
That's why cities like Atlanta make themselves hospitable to filming in America. That's why people go to Vancouver to do filming, because it's better, it's cheaper than filming here in the United States in most places. You get
No,
a
he's
better
talking about
tax
the
break.
revenue.
Well, I'm just talking about the tax break. I'm talking about the tax break.
I'm sure that they probably can write it off because if your business takes a loss, you can use that against taxes. So I'm
Yes.
sure that's probably how they dip it is, oh, we lost money at this movie, so can we take
That's why they
that
killed
off of
Batgirl.
taxes?
That's why they killed. That's why
That's- yeah.
Warner Brothers killed Batgirl, because they saw the writing on the wall. It's like, yeah, we're gonna take the tax write off instead.
The problem is they can take the tax write-off prior if they do not release it. If they show and say this thing, it's just a loss. But once you release it, now the taxes are coming in.
But you
And
know,
nobody
well,
likes it.
that's why they literally they raised the earth when it came to Batgirl. They deleted every little bit before even the directors could get their hands on some digital stuff. Because remember, when that happened, the director came out complaining, "Man, I went to the server and it was all gone." It's like, yeah, because they can never show it, and if it ever leaks, they're going to get in trouble.
Yep.
So Warner Discovery was hot on that button. Boop, purge, gone.
Now, what they may try and do is write off their losses. And right now, there's a governor in Florida who's got a hard on for them, and he may become president. So you better watch out, Disney, and your books had better be in order because
that'd be funny.
No, it's all it takes is the IRS really looking at them.
And the IRS actually do its job. That'd be fun.
But no, it's these people. They don't understand finances. I want to know how the hell they pay their bills and survive. Because if I didn't understand basic finances, I couldn't pay bills.
I'm basic bitch when it comes to stuff. I mean, I live on a budget, but I also manage my mom's bank account and I make sure everything is lined up, and I pay the bills literally the exact time every month for both herself and me. And when all is said and done, and I estimate what's going on, and I know exactly what's going to be left over coming the following month. And because I'm very careful about all that stuff, there's always a little bit saved every month. Not a lot, but a little bit. Because listen, I'm a cheap fucking date, and so is she. We don't require a lot to be happy. Give me video games, give me movies, give me nice food. That's about it. And my hobbies, the way I do them, are not super expensive. And considering these days, also, anytime I buy a game, as soon as I play it on YouTube, I did it for work. It's work. As soon as I show any part of it on YouTube, it's work. So
now, what's going to happen is the accountants will get a hold of this, and their army of accountants will spend it however they can. And Disney is so diversified that they can move money around, but this summer's going to kill them.
Well, yeah, I mean, and you've laid that out for me plenty of times. That and I've never said, and I repeated it today in my video, I've never said Disney is going to go away. I've just said they're going to hurt a lot, and they can't sustain. They can't sustain what's going on with the entertainment. Elena, at the time, yes, right now, this is what I do right now. I used to be a professional chef. I used to be, and when I say professional chef, I mean like full culinary degree and everything. That when I say that, and I had tried to change careers to go into policy and administration, but that kind of fell through when COVID arrived. A lot of things happened at the same time, and YouTube and my true desire to be a writer, to write fiction, science fantasy fiction, is what I do now. So that's why I work so hard on the channel. That's why I engage with you guys, because every one of you is a potential customer to buy my book and to help me support the channel. So that's why I work all day long. This is what I do right now, and I am grateful for all your support. Any support you guys, whether it's just hanging out, talking, watching a video, I'm grateful for everything, and I'm humbled. I'm humbled that you guys want to spend any time listening to me bitch and moan about shit is mind-boggling to me sometimes. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Yeah, well, being a chef, again, I've told this before, but you're recently new to the channel, so I will retell it. I mean, I started working in kitchens when I was 16. I grew up with food in my family. My biological dad, before he passed away, his dad, my paternal grandfather, was mobbed up in New York when it came to food and shit like that. So food is in my blood. I had a natural talent for food, to cooking. I worked at it for a lot of years, and then after my first regular degree in college, I went to culinary school in New York and got my degree there. I had job offer in New York, but I didn't want to live in New York. I didn't want to stay there, so I didn't take it. And for a few years after that, I bummed around different kitchens, because the life of a chef, unless you are a chef owner of a restaurant, you're a nomad. You spend at most a year, maybe two, in one kitchen, and then you go to another one, and you go to another one. And in all honesty, the money is shit. The money is garbage. And this is back in the 2000s. I'm talking about. They don't pay you, and they make you work horrible hours, and everybody's an asshole. Everybody's an asshole, and it's just a miserable life. And the secret of restaurants is that they don't make money. Restaurants do not make money. They're money pits. complete and total money pits. The only thing that makes money is the bar. You got if you can't get a liquor license, you're effed, completely effed. And it's no fun at all. And I got so bent out of shape that I started to hate all types of food. I even stopped really cooking for myself because I was so burned out and hated it. And I, of course, now I've since come full circle and I'm okay just making food. But yeah, it was just the culinary world during that period of time. They built up a lie that it was this glamorous. I was like, no, it's a horrible, disgusting industry, and it's expensive and it's not profitable. And I know it's a horrible thing to say, but the financial crisis of 2008 saved me from opening up my own business because I was going to open up my own Italian deli. But because that happened, we sat on what little money we had, and we didn't invest it in me to open it. And then, I probably would have lost it in COVID anyway if I had been able to do it and maintain it. So in the end, I love food. I love to make great food, but don't send your kids to culinary school. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Adam's paternal grandfather was like the dawn of the restaurant mafia. You called him the Mozza Mafia. And,
actually, no, he was Italian.
Oh, Italian.
He was Italian. No, he was like at the top of the Teamsters and shit like that. So he was a powerful dude back in the day. He's probably dead now. I haven't seen those. I when my dad died, we didn't have any more contact with those people. But no, they weren't good people. They weren't good people. I never liked his side of the family. I loved my dad, but I never liked his family. What I remember of them. But he was mobbed up. He was mobbed up. And before my dad died, he was gonna go be a sous chef in the Rainbow Room and shit like that. So he just went from right to the top. So, but that's another life, another possible life. But so Elliot, I hope that crash course in that. So yes, I was a chef, tried to go into policy, and this is what we're doing now, pushing the channel. Iron Age. We are independent creators. Hopefully, we just if the channel can't catch fire and the subscriber base can get a little bit bigger and more eyes, then crowdfund can happen and the books can start. I mean, the book's done. It's been done. Mustang can attest to that. The book has been done, and I need to do one more edit though. I gotta do one more edit. It's gotta happen. Gotta finish the one I'm working on. All right, so we're I guess we're done with this one. Topic tangent took it away, but yeah. So the lies of these people, it's funny that it happens, and that Shelby R is a shit site, but the fact that they can let that slip through, and they haven't they haven't taken it down yet. They haven't changed it yet. We know they can change it. I proved that yesterday when I brought up that article about what was it about? Shit, I forgot already. Swiss cheese brain. I'm losing it. Mustang. It's going away. Losing the memory.
Good.
Goddamn. No, not good.
Yeah, it makes him human again.
Thanks. Hey, it's not my. I mean, listen. I'll be honest. This is gonna make you cry. Maybe Mustang. That the other day, I had watched Raiders earlier in the week for Saturday. But right before the show on Saturday night, I went like this, and I just went like this, and I rewatched the whole movie in my head at like 110, 20 times speed.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I just did it for just a warm up because I'm just gonna rewatch it real quick, and I just did it. I don't understand my own memory. I don't understand how it's like that.
I could do that with certain. For a good example, I am working on The Hobbit right now. It's one of the shows that I'm going to put on my channel. And I leaned back today as I'm working on it, and I just flashed the entire movie through my head. And I went, my God, it's still as good today as it was in 1977.
Oh, Franken Bass. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't sound like you're doing the Peter Jackson. Okay, Franken Bass. Okay.
No, I'm doing the original. I'm doing the fun one, and it really is. When the dwarves all came out, I haven't seen this in probably a couple of years. The Bass, and I can recognize all those dwarves like it was the first time I had seen it.
Here's the thing, though. I can say this full honesty. I've never been a fan of the Franken Bass animation style in the end, overall. You got to admit the orcs are just.
Oh yeah, no. There is definite faults with it according to today, and even back then, it wasn't up to. And I'll say, and I've said it in the video, so you'll hear it. It wasn't up to Disney standards as far as how good it could be in animation. This was $3 million to make it.
Hmm.
I like The Hobbit. I wasn't a big fan of the Lord of the Rings one though.
I think the problem with the Lord of the Rings one is they only did Fellowship and Return of the King. Was there? I in all my life I've never seen a Two Towers.
Yeah,
There wasn't.
I don't think
There wasn't. Okay, good. I'm right then. I remember correctly. There was no Two Towers. Mustang, do you know why they never made a Two Towers for that?
There's supposed to be one, but the reason why they were able to do them is for some reason it was out in space where anybody can get it at that time, so they were able to do it, and then the court battles started up, and that's what stopped
like they did with the comic and shit like that, huh?
Yes. Yes, Elena. Saw it, and no.
I saw an article. I didn't read it. I just saw that he was going to be there. I didn't know they had a cast. They've actually cast him.
Yeah, they've cast him, and I still want Galadriel to explain where she's been doing for 1,000 years and she'll bang somebody on a rack.
All right. Let's see if I can find this. Okay, let me refine that there. Type. Hang on.
Okay, go to Twitter. It'll be your quickest way to find
it. Will not be quicker. You know I can't navigate Twitter for shit.
Well, you don't want me getting on there right now because I know I can have some fun.
Not seeing. It's not coming up. Nobody's written an article yet. It looks like.
Yeah, there is. I saw it earlier. Now you're gonna make me to do something I don't want to work. I'm relaxing.
Me. I'm gonna type in the computer. Don't be a dermy. But I mean, the fact that they are, that they're casting, Tom Bounding.
Yeah, all you gotta do is go to Gary's Twitter, and it's right there.
I don't see it on Bounding. Oh, here it is.
See how hard that is.
Well, I didn't know Bounding had it. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, you just saw it. Daddy, oh Lord.
What the fuck is this?
Hey, Caliborn, that's what the fuck it is.
I mean, seriously, this dude's like a third my age, and he's supposed to be playing thousands of year old. What the heck? Is this real?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Why do we have to keep asking that right now? Is this real?
Because Dermy's alive.
No, not what is that? That's nothing to do with Dermy. I mean, it's just real. Like we had to ask that with the Snow White stuff on Friday, and now we have to ask it. I mean, because I don't want to play this game anymore.
I knew Snow White was real, and I gave you a warning a couple weeks ago that what was getting ready to happen. But I want to rebuild that one.
Well, I mean, listen, I knew it was real in the sense that I could tell that those were stand-ins, but I had to have some sort of different angle to say if that it can't, maybe it's not real because the costuming is just so bad. And
it's a mad world we live in.
Yeah, but I mean, I knew it was real, but I had to have an angle on it. It's part of the entertainment value, part of the discussion value of it. But I question, I mean, who is this dude, Callum Lynch? Is he all right? Let's look him up.
I have never heard of him, and if
I'm gonna IMDb his ass, and we'll see.
Devil, what did you do?
I didn't do nothing. I'm innocent.
This guy made a deal with you, maybe. Oh God! What?
His probably only other thing was he's like a voice in VeggieTales or some shit.
Oh my God!
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't know that. Okay, okay. Apparently, he was in Dunkirk.
Was he?
Okay, I saw Dunkirk, but
Here we go. Bringing it up. Okay. Oh, that's not it. That's the old one. God damn it. I can YouTube. I swear to God, I can YouTube. Okay. All right. So here's Callum Lynch, IMDb. Actor. All right. So this guy's only been active since 2017. He was in Dunkirk, Deal Sailor.
Don't know him.
Okay. He was in the something called Ms. Wilson TV miniseries, Poppycock, Dairy Girls, a 2020 Black Beauty remake. Okay. Something called Benediction. He was in Bridgerton. Oh, you've been disqualified as quality just by being in that shit.
Taming a seahorse?
There's a Dermy joke in there somewhere.
I'd be the one most likely to take a shot and be shot at that. Everybody knows my other channel, but yeah.
So I mean, this is it. This is all this guy's done. So he's done nothing at all. And I see Bridgerton. It's like, yeah, wow, okay, you're worthless because you've been a part of that. So here's the thing. So this guy has been in nothing. Rings of Power needed. I mean, Rings of Power is DOA. We know it's DOA. It's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be accurate. They're out there saying we're purposefully changing it from Tolkien's stuff to so that we can modernize it. They've said that. What they have any chance at even this infinitesimal spot of legitimacy is with the remaining characters left to cast. You're Amazon. You have the money. Throw some money out there. Get somebody that can mean something.
Ain't nobody touching this with a 50-foot pole. They like their reputation.
Take that out of the equation for a minute. I'm talking objectively here as a way to make this worth something. You needed to get real actors and actresses in the remaining roles to give it some level of quality to the performances. And this baby-faced little weirdo, look at this guy. He's supposed to play Galadriel's husband.
How tall is he?
Oh, I don't know.
What should be 5'2"?
I don't think IMDb has that as a thing. But I mean, they needed to even have a chance to save this shit by putting in, again, quality actors and actresses that can at least command some sort of presence on the screen, because Morfydd Clark can't act her way out of a wet paper bag. And this is just a sign they don't give a shit.
It's the best thing they had going for it, left because she didn't want her career completely destroyed. Mm-hmm. And we're all sad about that.
Elena, there was no good in season 1. I mean, if you want to watch us detail it, since you're new to the channel, again, recently you might not have seen this. I'll bring it up.
Oh, please don't. Jed put up The Witcher today. I can't take it twice.
No, I'm not. No, it's not what I mean. I mean, I'm going to just show off because some people might not know that we spent quite a bit of time.
28 hours on it.
Going over it. Where's the link? Go to the view on YouTube. Here we go. Some people may not know that we spent quite a bit of time on this channel with a panel. Mustang was there a couple of times. Going over Rings of Power. We have a show called This Is Mordor Country. And we spent all this time doing that. A lot of time. We went through all the episodes. And it was glorious. It was glorious. So, I mean, yeah, if you want to watch some people have meltdowns. I laughed my way through it. But you want to watch friends of the channel, like some of the White Cloaks have complete meltdowns, drunken meltdowns. You want to watch some people actually have to leave the stream because they couldn't handle it anymore. Yeah, if you want to watch Jed kind of lose it because I made him, he was there every time. I made Jed be there every time. It was a fun time though, and we'll be back with season 2 because season 2 finished before the strike. It finished, so it's gonna happen next year probably. It'll be out next year. This is Mordor Country. We'll be back, and you know what I think it's appropriate. I want to show it off. This is what the intro looks like. I'm gonna switch.
Oh yeah, do it.
Let me. I gotta switch. Let me switch to. God damn it! I forget how to do it. I gotta switch to the other brand. So pardon the switch of the background for a second, because that's what. So this is our intro to This Is Mortal Country. Enjoy this. I enjoyed making it. It got updated twice during the show. Here we go.
Be on your guard. There are older and fouler things than orcs in the deep places of the world.
From the beginning, we knew she couldn't do this alone. Every good quest needs a fellowship.
But you have not seen what I have seen.
I have seen my share.
You have not seen what I have seen.
Inspection! We don't change anything, but we interpret everything in this incredible, unique way. Everyone was cast because they were the absolute best person for the role.
Second Age is the great unfilmed story in Tolkien's entire Legendarium, with the Forging of the Rings and the Last Alliance. And we felt that that was the story that deserved to be told.
There is a tempest in me. It swept me to this island for a reason.
They cast you out for deigning to beg them for a few petty soldiers. What will they do when you tell them that you are my ally? When you tell them that Sauron lives because of you!
Oh, always beard. Enough with the quail sauce. Give me the meat and give it to me raw.
Looks like meat back on the menu, boys.
One does not simply walk into Mordor.
I love that. It's a lot of fun. Now, for some of you know, now I'm going to play how we came up with that idea, because we didn't come up with that out of the blue. The name, it happened because of this glorious moment on a round table. When Frodo destroyed the seventh Horcrux of Sauron in the Battle of Stalingrad, I literally cried. Classic Tolkien masterpiece. Also, the scene where the two Nazguls beat it the fuck out of them. I'm crying. Oh, that was beautiful. The Shadow Rider, that gets a thumbs up. That was beautiful. I don't normally thumb up things like that. That's beautiful.
It's Mordor country, man.
Oh, that's epic. All right. We have to thank the intrepid people who existed to destroy the trailers of Rings of Power back then. So it was great. I loved it, and we will be back with more This Is Mordor Country when the time comes, because it's fun ripping it apart. And I say, we got a $5 super chat from Sam 8000. First animated Lord of the Rings was made by Ralph Bakshi. He also made Fritz the Cat. Rankin Bass did Hobbit and Return of the King. Okay, all right.
And I believe that was 65 or 67.
Okay. See, that's actually before my time. So
Well, Russia did it in '83
with the salad head golem.
That's when you know you're a real fan of Tolkien is when you.
Well, no, I saw somebody else rip on that. I didn't. I only saw that because I was watching somebody. I don't remember who anymore. It's like 3 years ago. Somebody ripping on it, and they managed to find a YouTube video of that Russian or Soviet Lord of the Rings with the salad-headed golem. Thanks again, Sam, for the $5. Yeah, the Rings of Power is out there. And you know what? That reminds me, I do have an article, Mustang. I have an article for you about Rings of Power.
I actually want to answer her question, though, because my favorite episode was when Adar showed up and was so good to the orcs. It made all of us love the orcs. I'm sorry. My favorite episode is when those dirty, stinky Harfoots got killed.
You mean these Harfoots right here? The importance of the Harfoots in the Lord of the Rings.
See, fuck no.
I had this ready. Isn't this great? I had this article in my back pocket for tonight, and we just so happen to be talking about Rings of Power. Isn't that awesome? Let's look at this right here, just to make Mustang have. Oops, wrong one again. Wrong screen. Just to make Mustang, the vein in his forehead pop a little bit. Lord of the Rings. Who wrote this? And Maya Mendez. Okay. All right, so Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power featured the return to Middle-earth's memorable races, elves, dwarves, men, orcs, and even the wizards in the form of the Stranger as an Istar. The Hobbits make their return as well, but not in the way audiences remember them from Lord of the Rings. There are no familiar Hobbit holes, 6 daily meals, or well-tailored, colorful clothing to be seen with the halflings. Mustang, you doing okay? You all right?
Is this an old article?
No, this is today.
Why are we rehashing shit
yesterday?
From 2 years ago?
No, this is today. This is today. This was written today, or at least published today. On where are we? We're at Shilby.
Reading. This is actually amusing.
Okay. I assume you have a drink in your hand.
Yes, I do. I have coffee.
Okay. Is it Irish? Because you might want to, I've read this. You might want to stabilize yourself, bolster yourself. Okay, we'll keep going. Let me know if you need to tap out at any time. Long before the settlement of the Shire and the establishment of memorable Hobbit families like the Bagginses and the Gamgees, this group of Hobbits is known as Harfoots. Canonically, they don't have any major impact on the history of Middle-earth in the books until the Third Age. But in the series, they are given a significant role that can help shape the Second Age going into the Third.
The fuck? Read that again?
Canonically, they don't have any major impact on the history of Middle-earth in the books until the Third Age. But in the series, they are given a significant role that can help shape the Second Age going into the Third.
Mustang made a fan of the Dermy fan of the Harfoots, he says.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's a Conan thing. That's definitely a Conan thing.
Yeah, we
like to eat them.
We don't talk about that. God damn it, Dermy. The Harfoots are the Baggins' predecessors. Mustang, did you know this? Did you know they're Baggins? The show displays how similar the Harfoots' way of life is to the Hobbits in the Shire. Wait a minute. I don't remember the Shirelings eating each other. I don't remember cannibalism in the Shire, Mustang. Do you? Devil, do you guys remember cannibalism in the Shire?
Not that I remember.
No. Don't remember it.
Okay. From the round doors to their love of food. They even display a Shire Hobbit's tendency to avoid trouble and adventure. The series presents the Harfoots as a semi-nomadic group in the midst of a journey to the grove for a harvest. They're cautious of other races and are a tight-knit community until they have to abandon people who can't carry their own weight, and in some cases, eat them.
That's the complete opposite of a tight-knit community. A tight-knit community would never leave anybody behind.
But I mean, seriously, there's a whole episode where they talk about the people they abandoned.
Yeah, and a song.
In a song.
Oh.
And making the survivors of the families they abandoned have to sit there and feel miserable because Berry Muncher, as we called her, the fat one, is sitting there listening to them eulogize her family who couldn't keep up, but she somehow did. Oh my God. Okay. Where was I? Due to their overabundance of caution, they are disinclined to encourage any of their group to go off by themselves or interact with anyone outside the tribe. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. They live by their saying, nobody goes off trail and nobody walks alone unless they're abandoned.
They really call them tribe. Did they really say tribe?
Tribe, yeah, tribe. Is that racist?
Oh, it might be.
I'd ask Devil, but he's not Black Danny DeVito anymore, so I don't think he can answer this.
Yeah, I lost my ability.
Yeah.
And we don't have Dre here, so you know.
No. Dre is our automatic checked whether or not it's racist. All right, so the Harfoots are actually one of 3 breeds of hobbits. The other 2 being Stores and Fallowhides. Now, Mustang, that's correct there, right? But they're not hobbits; they're just proto hobbits.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There ain't no such thing as a Harfoot.
Oh, okay. Harfoots are the most common hobbit breed and eventually come to settle in the Shire with the Fallowhides in the Third Age. Is that real?
Yes, that much of it is.
Okay. The named Harfoots in the Rings of Power are all non-canonical to the history of Middle-earth. At least you said that right. And the hobbits have no known involvement in the impact of the events leading to the Third Age. However, the route the show takes brings the halflings into a position to be the unexpected heroes of the Second Age and directly ties into how the Bagginses become involved with the events of the Third Age. Okay. Let's see them make their case. Wizards and hobbits are always connected.
No.
Wasn't there even supposed to be wizards in the Rings of Power? They just threw it in.
Yeah, the wizards haven't come yet. They're not there. They haven't descended. They're not there. Nope. All right. Harfoot Nori Brandyfoot takes on the responsibility to aid the stranger despite all the teachings of her fellow Harfoots. In the last episode of season 1, it's revealed that the stranger is an Istar. Throughout the season, Nori displays an affinity toward adventuring and exploration, something that's frowned upon by the other Harfoots, even her own family, her diverse family. Her best friend, Poppy Berry Muncher Proudfellow, reluctantly helps Nori in her endeavors, but all the while she tries to make Nori see to reason, and leave the stranger be. Ultimately, a friendship is formed between the stranger and the Harfoots, and Nori sets off with the stranger to help him remember his name and to go on new adventures. This early connection between the Istar and the Harfoots is a precursor for when Gandalf will eventually come to the Shire and befriend the hobbits. All right, Mustang, I hear you wanting to say something.
They're rehashing what we knew last year. I mean, that was actually in the show. So why are we writing an article about what we already know? They need to get to the point.
This is their point. The point is that this is a self-fulfilling article, as I want to put it. This
word
idiot, it's words. It is a word salad, but they are talking about how the Harfoots and wizards predate and lead to Gandalf befriending Bilbo, but they wrote it like that in this shit show. They wrote it like
the
that.
Fallowhides and the Stores and the Harfoots are the 3 races of hobbits that came to the Shire. That's from Tom Shippey himself.
Well, it seems like with these articles, they're trying to get people ignited about the next season. The only problem is this is what made no one want to watch the first season.
Correct.
You're going over the same stuff that first season got your show tanked, essentially, because people were like, yeah, there were no hobbits really made any effect on the story. And yeah, we're just going to do it anyway. And so, yeah, they're doing the same thing again and thinking they're going to get somewhere.
Fuck, do they have a look at the script and they're going to go with oh, God, no, please don't go with Mary Took and his family's fighting ability.
All right, you look at it. He's just being contrary again. He's just being contrary. Why are you doing this?
You can't bring Gandalf into it. You do not have the rights to it. Warner will eat you for lunch.
Especially now because they made the deal with Embracer. I mean,
oh yeah, they got the money now to really do it.
Yeah. All right. Is there more? There's a little more. There's more to this. Okay. The acceptance that the Harfoots have for the stranger and Nori go off trail is what ultimately allows the hobbits settled. Allows the hobbits settled.
That's what it says.
Damn, it's such trash writing. Does
Where is
nobody
their editor?
edit this shit? God damn it. Do you know how many times I read something over and over again before I click a button to post it? I mean, in DMs, maybe not, but like a legitimate post someplace that is public. I read it several times because I know there are moments where I'm typing and a word in my brain I know is there. I'll think it, but I'll skip over it. But that's what you edit. My God. I think that's one of the things that pisses me off the most about reading these fucking stupid websites is the garbage tier editing.
For people who don't understand, people that put in a lot into their YouTube, they write scripts.
I don't.
Well, a lot of people do. And they try and stick to them. I even write scripts and try and stick to it, or at least rough outlines, bullet points. I occasionally will have my wife look at it. She has his master's in reading. She will find things in it. She would be called an editor whose job is to find the mistakes. Who the hell at Shilby is doing the editing? An editor would look at that and go, grammar doesn't make sense.
I wouldn't be surprised using ChatGPT. It's
probably using an AI.
Yeah. I mean, I've done a couple of scripted videos a while back, but that's when I'm not on camera at all, and it's just all images and clips. So I've done it. I think I've done it. I count on one hand the amount of times I've done it. When I do something, I just sit down and we go. We just go. All right. Because the Harfoots make up the majority of the hobbits in the Shire. Is that true? I mean, is there?
No, there's nothing that I can even think of right now coming to mind that would say that they're the predominant of the three species.
How could they be? They ate everybody and they left them behind. I don't get that. All right. When Gandalf eventually comes upon their settlement in the Third Age, it's unlikely that most of the hobbits would be surprised or afraid of the wizard. Not only would the hobbits be more accepting of Gandalf, but thanks to Nori taking the first step in bringing adventure and risk to the lives of Harfoots, it gives way for hobbits like the Tooks to develop a sense of adventure and have a tendency to leave the Shire.
Oh,
fucking no seam. That is somebody's fanfic headcanon right there.
Oh, yeah.
Unless they've been given a copy of what they're doing. And that makes sense to bring up the Tooks. They're going to try and alter the entire time. Well, they're already trying that.
They failed. And
they don't have they don't have the rights to it.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's changed in the past year of their ownership of just having the 113 pages of appendices. That hasn't changed, has it? To my knowledge.
No. And seeing how we are going to get War of the Rohirrim, that gives Warner and Embracer the rights to it to keep it up. So
well, Elena, they're trying to connect it because in this weird fanfic tie-in they're doing, they're trying to legitimize their fan fiction, their billion-dollar fan fiction, and all we do is point and laugh and make fun of it. And I'm gonna guess. I'm putting this out there right now. I'm gonna say this. next February 24, we're going to get a Super Bowl trailer of Rings of Power Season 2.
I agree.
We're going to get a Super Bowl trailer of Rings of Power Season 2. I just thought of it right now, came to me right now. And it's going to, what happened last year is going to start all over again. They're going to put the trailer up. The glorious Lord of the Rings fans are going to return to the comment section and do what they did. The type of thing where we got the idea to title the show "This Is Mordor Country." We're gonna get all. It's gonna happen all over again, and it's going to just. It's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be glorious. I'm just. We're gonna ignore him. We're not gonna pay attention. Maybe he'll go away. Where was I?
Well, here we have to remember. It was the first time we'd seen female dwarves on screen. Peter Jackson. It was the first time we'd seen black elves on screen. Shannara. Shall I go on? It was the first time that we'd seen a commercial for Oil Olay that was not on ABC soap opera.
Audiences can already see the first signs of adventurous Harfoots in the first episode when Nori secretly guides young Harfoot children to an abandoned farm for blackberries, despite the dangers this venture presents. Again, they are imposing their headcanon into this to legitimize fan fiction. That's what they're doing. Oh my God, what are you?
Please tell me there's a video. Oh, please.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Hold on.
I think. All right, let's watch. I think this is from last year, though. Let's go here.
Hi, everybody.
Actually, I have to actually get the link because this is on Firefox, and there will be no sound. See, I'm not stupid. I can. I know there's going to be no sound. So let's stop. Let's just stop.
Okay.
Let me get this going here. Okay, here we go. All right. This is.
No, Dermy's actually right.
Oh no, this is from 7 months ago. We've probably already made fun of this at some point.
Oh, never mind.
No, we don't. This is from 7 months ago. We don't need to watch this. We made fun of this at some point. I swear to God, it's just Nori and Barry Muncher talking about what are Harfoots. Yeah,
I'm with Dermy. It is going to be the greatest trailer ever. It is going to be content gold.
Yes, that is true. It will be content gold. Bilbo is the all right here. So okay, Bilbo is the son of a Took, and Frodo is the. Why are they obsessing about Tooks now?
Told you. They're going
I know
to
you
try
told
and get the Took battles.
It's this Took side of these two protagonists that catches Gandalf's attention because they show that predisposition toward adventuring, which would not have been introduced into the Hobbit families if it were not for the early Harfoots accepting Nori. No! What are you talking? That none of it happened. The incredulity of linking this bullshit to try and legitimize it and make it sound real. That's kind of a bigger crime than anything. It's on the level of what we looked at in the first hour with the whole, Indiana Jones 5 broke even. They just say shit and hope you're dumb enough to either not know what's really going on or to do less than 5 minutes worth of research. My God. I need to drink again. All right. Now that Nori has joined the stranger on a new journey, she will eventually find herself involved with the events directly connected to other heroes of the story. Harfoots are making. Oh my God! This just keeps going.
Okay, hold on, hon. So heroes of the story. So they're going to be connected to Adar. Lady Balefire, please come on screen. We need to have a talk about Adar.
Well, we have a new Adar. It's a new Adar. It's new Adar. Lyle Hammock, what do you mean? There was nothing good in Rings of Power. There was nothing good. It was all terrible, laughable. It's just the choreography was bad. The costuming was terrible and cheap. The dialogue was cringe, and the breaking of lore all over the place. It was terrible. No, he's going out. No, he's not calling you an idiot, Lyle. He's going after Mirror Mustang. He's calling me. He's calling us an idiot. But I mean, no, it's all. I don't. The only redeeming thing is that we did have a fun time roasting it. That was what was good about it. We all had a fun time roasting it, and it catapulted a lot of channels. Not this channel, but it catapulted a lot of channels into relevancy. All right, so Harfoots are making a name for themselves. The Istari were sent by the Valar to Middle Earth to help fight against Sauron in the Third Age and his forces. Right, Mustang the Third. That happened in the Third Age, didn't it? It didn't happen.
I'll just keep reading. I'm just relaxed, drinking my coffee.
With the Rings of Power taking liberties with the timeline of the Istari, it is made it so that the hobbits are the reason the stranger's able to carry out its mission by the Valar. No, you don't get to say they're allowed to do that. You don't get to say that with 113 pages of appendices as your only source material you are legally allowed to use. You do not get to say that Amazon and Rings of Power are doing that. If Nori had not given into one word into her own adventurous spirit and decided to help the stranger rather than leave him, it's possible the three searchers would have found and captured him, thus taking away one of the potential aids against Sauron's forces. I don't even know what to say to that. I'll just wash, rinse, repeat what I said 5 minutes ago. Consequently, because she chose to help the stranger, it led the searchers to the Harfoots and ultimately resulted in Sadek Burrows losing his life, and we cheered and we laughed.
Hold on. It led to the Searchers? I don't remember the Searchers. The Searchers was a damn good John Wayne movie. Don't you compare yourself to John Wayne, you son of bitches.
No, all right, you worked hard for that one, so I'll give you a halfway thumbs up. You worked hard for that one. Okay.
No, I actually didn't.
Well, then I give you the thumbs down. Sadek was the leader of the Harfoots and was responsible for abandoning his people for decades and eating them at times too, and organizing their migratory routes. With him gone and the likelihood of Poppy Berry Muncher stepping into his role, the Harfoots may find themselves running into other races they have tried to avoid. Oh my God. Okay, last paragraph. Since canonically the Harfoots have little to do with the... How many times have they had to say that in this article?
I ain't counting.
At least 4 times. Is that so they can cover their ass? By reminding everybody what...
Don't know. Well, she'll be our...
I know, but it's like if we keep saying it, then no one can call us on being stupid. No, I'm still going to call you on being stupid.
You wrote the article, you're stupid.
Yeah, by even taking the time to try and legitimize Rings of Power by creating your headcanon fan fiction to go with it, you're stupid. It's arguable whether Nori's decision to help the stranger would have had any bearing on Gandalf's relationship with Hobbits. No, it didn't. It didn't happen. Or on Bilbo and Frodo eventually leaving the Shire to go on adventure of their own. It didn't, because it didn't happen. It's been established that the Harfoots are cautious and avoid other races because if the other races found out they were cannibals, they would kill them and remove their blight from Middle Earth.
Except for the problem that, the hobbits did trade and work with other races, you dumbasses.
However, Rings of Power has already shown to take liberties with the Terminator.
That's an understatement.
Second Age, as seen with the inclusion of Adar and how the Elven rings were forged out of place in the timeline. Taking this into consideration, it's possible that Nori's adventures with the stranger will come to directly influence the events of the Second Age, especially regarding the Harfoots. Okay, I apologize. We are all dumber for having read that. I apologize. I wanted to make Mustang angry, and he didn't get as angry as I thought he might. So
kept very calm.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. But honestly, I do want Rings of Power to happen. Rings of Power 2. Because it's one, I like reviewing stuff. And I had fun reviewing it. And also, I look forward to doing This Is Mortal Country again. And this time we've got a whole new cast of people probably ready to come in because we've met more YouTubers, Devil included. We've met a whole bunch of new people who can come in and who can join us on the panel every Sunday after a new episode of Rings of Power. Excuse me 1 second. I need to blow my nose. Excuse me 1 second.
Well, Dermy, I am somebody who said that your channel would be monetized faster than anybody else's and that you would grow probably faster than anybody else. So I guess I was wrong about that, even though it happened. Oh, about Saturday, I'm wrong. No, I was right about Saturday, and everybody else who's seen it, chat and other participants, all said it the same thing. You lost, bitch.
Oh, yes. I'd play my intro, Mustang, what do you think of my Hulk Hogan intro?
Okay.
I went full ham on purpose. I went full ham.
Don't do Hulk again. Don't do Hulk. You could have done Randy, but not Hulk.
Oh, I could do the Hulkster. Listen, I was very tired. I did that about an hour and a half before the stream. It came to me. I realized that Jeremy was going to do something. I didn't know he was going to chop up and butcher my promo. You know, I didn't know he was going to do that. But I knew I had to do something because I knew he was going to try and do something with his intro. So I thought, dude, I'm going to go full intro ham, and I'm a real American it. And I mean, what am I going to do? I have this small space to work with. I have no studio. I have no high production value. I have like 2 editing programs that I can use. So I did the best I could in like 20 minutes, and I just went with it. And of course, with this little microphone, the audio was a little off because I started over there. But I went full ham. I had fun doing it, though. It made me laugh. I just loved doing it. It was great.
It got Dermy hit though, because
I knew it was going to get hit because I got hit. I kept it private. So I deleted it when it was done. I knew there was going to be a claim.
Hold on. The 13th Warrior. You might be thinking of Jed there.
Whoa! What are we talking about?
I'm not sure what he's talking about with 13th Warrior, but that's damn near a 10 for me. So, and you and I have talked about that, Dermy. You liked it just as much as I do.
Yeah, with that we all liked it.
Is Dermy drinking on the job?
I don't know.
If you had to work the truck stop, you would too.
You almost got me there. I did.
You okay, Mustang?
You almost got me.
I was drinking my coffee when you said that.
All right, Mustang. He's calling you out here.
Yes, I would definitely want it closer to the book. There is no getting around it. Have you read the book? Have you? Have you read the historical part of it? There's a true story. Come on, little boy. Here, boy. What?
Okay, all right. Be nice. He can only chat to reply.
I know.
He can't get in here and defend himself. Be nice. Oh, he says yes.
You've read the book.
He says yes.
I'm surprised he could read Arabic. Then if you've read the book, you know that the book is better than the movie.
Oh, no. Hang on a second. Burn!
Damn.
Dermy just got burned by Kale. Oh
Dermy,
my God.
You're just getting it from everybody.
No. That's a first. Kale, that's a good one.
I don't think I've ever seen Kale go after anybody.
No. Oh, no. Oh, Dermy, dude, you got to stop. The chat is turning on Dermy. I mean, we are in my chat, so Dermy's defenders are in here. Dermy's defenders aren't here. Oh no! Oh wow! I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna let Mustang defend himself here again. Here we go.
I have never said a 1-for-1 of anything. In fact, I am the person who says at best we will ever get is a 1 to 3. on a mini series. So I don't know what the hell you is talking about, dude. Adam's never said it. What is with your fixation on a 1-to-1? None of us have said it.
Yeah, I mean, I've never said it. I've never.
There are plenty of streams where we've all talked about how we would love to see one, but it is impossible to do a 1-for-1. Come on.
Well, we'll give him a second. We'll keep talking. Oh no, here it is. There's a slight delay between the studio and StreamYard.
I complained about Tom Bombadil not being in the show, as has so many other people. But that's not a 1-to-1, dude. They couldn't do Tom 1-to-1, and I gave reasons why you can't do Tom in the show.
I'm going to leave him up for a second because I can see Yannick's ass there. So I'm just going to leave that there.
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying that myself.
Yeah, keep going. All right, well, we give him a second. So, but it's oh no, there he is again. He wants to pull up the Saturday Night Drive-In. Well, I think we know what Dermy's probably going to be doing on his next live stream.
Yeah.
We know what he's going to be doing. I'll be asleep. So, hey, and I've had my throwdown with Dermy right now, so I'm not going to. I don't get this. Oh, Lyle's calling you out, Mustang. Lyle's calling you out. Lyle Hammock's calling you out now.
Get a YouTube channel and let's talk, Lyle.
All right, here's more from Dermy. I'll read Dermy. We've all had these arguments.
Oh God, don't do that. Ow.
Sorry.
Jesus.
Sorry. Okay, you can read it. I'll just sorry. Yeah, I couldn't resist. All right, so Dermy's saying we've all had these arguments where you've made exact arguments you've made. I think he's typing too quickly. I'm not sure what that means.
He only has 2 thumbs.
And one of them is busy.
The shocker.
I remember the first time I heard that, 24 years ago when I first heard that term. And
shocker?
Yeah. Well, I was in college. I hadn't heard the term shocker. I had to go to college. And somebody goes, and we had this little, I think he was Indian in our hall. And he just came and goes, I will give you the shocker. And I just go, what? and I said, what? It was Pushpa. That was it. His name was Pushpa. I remember that little wiener. Pushpa. Yes, 2 in the goo, 1 in the poo.
Okay, Jeremy, you need to be specific about which argument you're talking about. Because you were kind of all over the place Friday night.
He was talking about Mustang. I mean, the executive argument he made on Friday. What argument? Oh, he's talking about the 1-to-1. All right, bring it up. We're giving Dermy his moments here because he's typing. He cannot join us live. If Dermy was home, he would be right here with us. He has the link.
Yes, he would be right here.
He would be right here. At least I think he has the link.
Yes, I have all.
Yeah, he's in the Discord. He would have the link. Yeah, he's in the Discord.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, I have made that argument, especially about Two Towers. I can tell you where to go look it up. Go look at where Adam, myself, and Ed reviewed Two Towers.
I think Dermy was there. Dermy was there.
Was Dermy on that one too? I thought
Dermy joined us for both those, for Two Towers and Return of the King. He was on both.
But anyway, yes, I have made the argument about the fights in Peter Jackson and how much I dislike it because Tolkien himself disliked it, and that is what Christopher even complained about. I do not want a 1-for-1. I have never said I wanted a 1-for-1. I actually made the comparison that there were things in the movie that because of the extended edition, it made it better. But the movie in the one that we originally saw in the theaters was not good because he left out things. The hair of Galadriel was the big thing that I kept talking about. That has meaning. It has purpose. I have never said I want a 1-for-1. Well, if I said I want a 1-for-1, I've always said you can never get a 1-for-1 as well. And there are plenty of streams that say that. And Adam can vouch for that as well. I know better than to say it.
Yeah. Well, we know better than to say it because, first of all, as we know it's impossible, like we've already said, it's impossible. But at the same time, we're not going to walk into the trap that the SJWs, fake fans, and stands want to lay for us, saying, "Oh, you intransigent nerds, you don't get it your way, so you hate it." Yeah, we'd like it our way, but we know it's not possible. So that and that is to what Mustang said earlier. That's why I like things to be on TV or miniserie format, because you can get it really close that way. You get as close as you can without that. Okay, here we go. There's more from During. Bro, you have made 1-for-1 arguments for. Don't you lie. Acting like me saying that for anime is wrong is BS because anime does it constantly. Did
you not even fucking listen to what I said earlier, Dermy? I said you could have had him with the filler. You don't fucking listen sometimes, dude. And that's what you're doing right now. Don't call me a fucking liar. You want to do that? You get on screen and say it to my face, not in the chat.
Calm down.
That's taking it a step too far, dickwad.
Okay. All right. Speaking. All I'm going to say is it wasn't filler. I said it became filler. It was the level of filler because it didn't line up. I didn't call it filler. I said it was equal to filler because it was. I'm not. No, you know what? I'm backing off. I'm enjoying sitting back and not having to fight right now. I'm okay with this. But let's remember, we're all friends here.
Now, friendship kind of ends when you call somebody a liar. That ain't cool, dude. I would never take it on to you. I would never say that about you. Might say that you're wrong. You might have made something wrong, said something wrong. You might have misheard something. I would never call you a liar, dude. That crosses a line with me.
All right. Well, all right. So, before this goes any farther, we're gonna table this. I'll leave this for somebody else's live stream. I mean, if you guys want to pick this up on Dermy's live stream, doing it, because listen, all I'm gonna say is that Dermy, just stop typing right now because it's hard for you to defend yourself when you're not live on stream with this. So if you guys want to continue this on Dermy's live stream, because I don't want somebody to say something again that might lead to bad feelings. I don't want that to happen. All right, so I am going to table this. I'm pulling the plug on this right now. In all seriousness, let's do this. All right, so let's see. I got one more thing, but I want to see if anybody else is going to show up before we dive into the horrible thing that did appear on my timeline because of Dermy. So this would be Dermy's fault but he did reply in the correct way. So Dermy, you do get a +1 for reacting to it the way you should have reacted to it. But I'm going to save that. I want to see if anybody else shows up maybe at the end of that. Sometimes some of the other guys will come later because they're doing the show or they're busy with their life. Let me see. Let's take a look around real quick, see if anything's happened that can make us annoying. All right, hang on a second. I know what I want to talk about. I mean, we do this on Mellow Mondays, but I have to sneeze first. Hang on. Okay, no, it went away. Have you guys been seeing the shit they've been saying surrounding the acolyte coming up? Have you seen some of this stuff? This is great. Let me pull this up. At the end of last week, there was a giant push by I don't know who, but there was this onslaught of acolyte talk about how great it's going to be, how diverse it's going to be, how powerful it's going to be. And I mean, here we are right here. Here's just it was so much that Bounding dropped back-to-back articles on this stuff. Acolyte actress Mandela Stenberg claims world of fantasy and sci-fi hasn't felt safe, like a safe space, always for people of color. Let's look at this real quick. Hang on. Damn it. Again, I know how to YouTube, I promise. So first of all, This is to be some of the most retarded shit we ever heard. Acolyte actress Amanda Stenberg recently asserted that the world of fantasy and science fiction has not been a safe space for people of color while promoting the Acolyte. All right, first of all, what does that even mean? Anybody?
I don't know nothing about this.
I have no idea what she means.
I mean,
like, I think it's probably more safer than other type of movies, you would think, because it lends itself to having more diverse casts and stuff with, so I don't know.
And not shackled to real world bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. During an appearance on Entertainment Weekly's Dagobah Dispatch, I bet that's a brilliant show, that appears to have been recorded back in April at Star Wars Celebration, Stenberg, alongside the series creator and showrunner Leslie Iran Cover for Harvey Weinstein Headland, and fellow actor Lee Jung-jae, were asked, what's it like for all of you to watch this franchise go from A New Hope in 1977, not exactly a bastion of diversity and inclusion, to working with this cast now in the Acolyte. Oi.
Jeez.
Oi. I'm going to say something very cancelable if I don't get that filter down fast enough. So we're going to push on. Stenberg responded first saying, well, I think this day has been really exciting in general because you see the progress that Star Wars is making across the board in all the streaming and all the series. Mustang, you were quite alive and more of an adult than I was when Empire Strikes Back appeared in the theater.
Teenager.
Yeah. I couldn't even wipe my own ass at that point. So, who was one of the major stars in Empire Strikes Back?
Would that be Billy D. Williams?
Billy D. Williams, Mr. Colt 45. Billy D. Williams. I'm going to farm this one out. I'm sending thoughts to Dre right now. Dre, was Billy D. Williams black? Dre says yes.
Can I ask you a question? Why are you going that far out? Because in 1977, if memory serves me, James Earl Jones was still black.
But it was just his voice, Mustang. You can't be diverse when he's the voice of one of the most iconic characters in movie history. That doesn't count, Mustang. No. You got to see his blackness in all its glory for it to count.
But Darth Vader was black.
Yeah.
I was hoping one of you would say that. I was hoping one of you would pick that one up because I couldn't do it with the way I was running with that. I couldn't do it. I was hoping one of you would say.
Guido was green.
So I mean, Billy D. Williams, huge star at that point. Everybody loved him. Just boom, he was right there. He was part of the third act, and you can't. So to say to be like, oh, there's no diversity and inclusion. 1980 was not that far away from 1977. So shut up. Stenberg responding, well, I think this day has been really exciting in general because you see the progress that Star Wars made. Already read that part. Sorry. All right. So here's a picture of Leslie Headland giving her pathetic direction to these people. God, I can't wait for this show. I cannot wait for it. I really can't. She continued, Stenberg, I think that when it comes to the world of fantasy and sci-fi in general, it hasn't felt like a safe space always for people of color. And it's been a world that I've always deeply loved and been invested in. That sounds oxymoronic.
Michelle Nichols would disagree with her.
Yeah, I think Wesley Snipes would disagree. Wesley Snipes disagree. Let's see. I always forget his name. In They Live with Roddy Piper, with voice of Goliath. I always forget his name.
I can't remember his name either.
It's one of those names I know. He was in Riddick. He was in Chronicles of Riddick. He's in
Dave
all.
Bautista?
No.
Is the pork beans?
No. Chat, I'm losing it. I'm gonna have to look it up. Shit. All right, here we're gonna race that. Will the chat beat me to it?
Yeah, I'm trying to blank.
When the chat beat me to it, I don't know. Yeah, let me remove that while I do that. I don't want to come up when I start typing shit in.
Take this down just a little bit because I'm missing a butt.
Oh no, sorry, no. Keith Richards. No, not Keith Richards.
No, Keith Richards is white.
Keith David. Yes, I got it. I got it without looking the other way. Not Keith Richards. Not Keith David. Keith David. I'm sorry. Keith David has been a staple in science fiction and fantasy for 40 freaking years. Both voice acting and live action. I mean, his fight with Roddy Piper in They Live.
Oh yeah.
Is that the 40-minute fight is one of the most iconic things ever in sci-fi stuff. That fight, it's legendary. So Keith David, I think Keith David would beg to differ. Like I think Nichelle Nichols would beg to differ. There's a real list of all kinds of people.
Who was the captain of Deep Space Nine again?
I don't know. What Benjamin Sisko?
Yeah, that's it.
Played by Avery Brooks.
Well, there's a reason that the first black and white kiss was on Star Trek. It's because, like I said, it lends itself to that because you're not dealing with the struggles of now and the issues we have now, or you're dealing with a place far, far away that doesn't have the same holdups. So it allows those kind of things to happen. You know, they're able to tackle those things in a different way. So yeah, it's just. Bullcrap,
I mean, you gotta wonder. Are these pod people?
Yes.
Were they just literally born a couple of weeks ago, taking the place of a real person? They've never watched or seen anything in their lives when they say shit like this. So this is so stupid. And then to say, I mean, and it's been a world I've always deeply loved them and invested in. Then you have found connection to it. If you say you've always been invested in love, then you've always had connection. Now, I bet she's like that.
Very early 30s, maybe, yeah. I would guess.
Yes, I did beat that. Yeah, J.F. Fraser 360. Yeah, I did get it. I got it on my own. I did. Remember, I got it. But thank you again for being there. You're probably watching a bit of a delay, but yes, I did get it. Yeah, so to be in any way, shape, or form a part of the wave that is ushering in inclusion and safety for Black nerds, it's like my dream come true. Okay, back in the day, I'm pretty sure that it didn't matter what color your skin was, a nerd was treated like shit by the larger population. True?
Yes.
False?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it didn't matter what color your skin was. You were if you were a nerd in a public school or a situation that you were jammed in with jocks who got their jollies by picking on the nerds, you got pushed around. So that's bullshit. That's bullshit. So stupid. Look at this fake fan. I'm dressed like Padme. Idiot.
What these people are doing is setting back Hollywood to before the 1940s, even before the 30s, even. They're making people that might want to watch these shows because of their. Let me go this way. People are inherently against racism with a vile. People hate it. The vast majority of the population does. So when you come out calling people racist, you are immediately making people not want to watch your show. A show that might have been good if you'd have just told a good story. A show that might have continued on a franchise.
That's not possible because to these people, the story is race, gender, sexuality.
Correct. You are 100%.
That is
correct.
the story. And when your character has either, bingo and has all three or has one of them, that's all it's going to revolve around for these no talent hacks. They're not going to tell a story that actually grows a character, because to them, it has to start with the badass female being badass, being like a man. And excuse me again, I have to blow my nose again. Excuse me 1 sec.
No problem. Yeah, and it seems like this is what they've built into every single thing to cover up the failure of Hollywood now with writing. And it's like, okay, why even try to make a good one? All we'll do is just claim racism, sexism, whatever it is, no matter how bad. It's a lack of creativity in Hollywood, and it's been covered up for years by these kind of claims because it's a coverall.
And it's a cover because it's the fear mongering, because they know that a certain amount of people, if you bring race into the equation, we'll just use that because that's the topic here. No one wants to, at least in the past, before all this started, people didn't want to be called a racist because that was one of the worst things you could be called way back in the day. It was horrible. And that's part of my theory when how all this started with this modernization, this diversity inclusion bullshit. The race swap in a lot of things is the door through which all this starts. And the perfect example was Wheel of Time. As soon as the race swaps were announced, I said, this is a problem because you're inherently changing the core of a character by changing their skin color, and it doesn't match the book. And you take into account the Lawrence Fishburne, it doesn't match the region that they live in, especially in the world that Robert Jordan created, which had very diverse peoples of all shapes, sizes, and colors from all over the place. There were black people in his world, or tanned and dark-skinned people. They were there, but they didn't have to be in Two Rivers and recast. It didn't have to be that way. But it was, because it had to be a diverse exclusion, and they knew they could get away with it 3 years ago when this shit started. Because if they had still at that time, we were still at that point where if somebody complained, they would say, "Oh, are you a racist?" And people would go, "Oh, no, I'm not a racist, so I'm not going to say anything anymore." So then the door opens, the race swaps are the first things, and after the race swapping, then begins the changing of the actual story. The changing of character relationships, the change in the progression of the actual storyline of where they go and what happens to them. And then you're left with a mess of Wheel of Time Season 1, leading to now Wheel of Time Season 2, which isn't even remotely in any of the books because they've given other characters, the storylines from characters who have been effed over. So, yeah, it's just...
It's also a case of I don't know if you guys ever heard this term, cut your nose off to spite your face.
Oh yeah.
It's like that. It's like they put in this built-in excuse, and what does it help you? If you put out your movie, it fails, you call the fans racist. Did you win? Did you in any way move your piece forward on this? No. You still failed. You didn't win anything because of using this built-in excuse. You still lost money. And so these companies, they're doing nothing but hurting themselves, but they think they're making some virtuous freaking win by changing characters that they know is going to alienate fans and keep them away from giving you money, which is ultimately your goal as a company, I'm pretty sure.
Should be their goal.
Yeah.
Amazon doesn't care. Amazon Studios they are unique amongst all studios.
They're like Apple too. They have all this money. They don't care.
Yeah, they are one where they can do this and they don't care. Disney, I didn't pull it up today, but I would love to see what their stock is. It's probably
it was at 85.70 at around 1:32
so
p.m.
It's
still going down.
Okay.
I referenced it today. Yeah, it's still going down. It's heading to a 52-week low.
Disney will eventually, the stockholders, shareholders, the investors that are not ESG or whatever that is anymore. Yeah. My brain's a little bit
drying up anyway. It's drying up anyway.
So they're eventually going to have to answer to somebody. Amazon is Jeff Bezos. He doesn't answer to people. Yeah, I know how it's diversified out now, blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is this is Jeff Bezos. He still controls enough of that company that he can do what he wants, and he just don't care.
Yeah, he's flying penises to the moon. So, I mean...
honestly, the best thing that can happen is somebody that is Elon could do it, but somebody like Elon goes to Disney and says, okay, I saw in your video today, Adam, that ABC is apparently on the chopping block.
Yeah.
If ABC is on the chopping block, and I'm going to tell people that's not a big thing, terrestrial TV is dead.
Yeah. I mean, I still feel like it's a flag of how bad things are, but it's still a direct line that people don't have to pay for. That was like the sub point that I was attached to on that I couldn't let go. Maybe it's because I grew up with ABC being a thing, and to me, under the network that's always there, owned by Disney, that they don't even have to pay to shove their entertainment through.
It's dead. It's the only thing you watch basically your network TVs for is if there is a tornado, a hurricane, an earthquake, something like that. Otherwise, it's, from what I've looked at, pretty much all reality TV. And I don't want to watch somebody running around the desert naked and afraid.
Wait, you don't want to watch the latest thing announced today, the 71-year-old Golden Bachelor? You don't want to watch that guy try and find
I didn't
love?
even need to know that exists. I mean,
hey, I scrolled through Deadline and I saw it today. Okay, I can't help it. I see this.
Man, I couldn't even imagine when I was young that NBC, ABC, one of the big channels, would be on the verge of closing. Like now, CW, it came around, I think, when I was like a teen and shit. So I understand but
that was a union of Paramount, the Paramount Network, and the WB. They merged UPN. Paramount Network became UPN. That was a merging.
Well, that's even that one's a real interesting because it was an independent stations around the country. Then those two came together and started buying them up, and they went under, what was the original name? Do you remember? Was it the WB?
No, it was.
They called it the WB for a while.
Yeah, it was WB. Yeah, because the frog, the dancing frog, the WB frog guy. So yeah.
So you had that, then you changed it, then you changed. That one just keeps. Evolving.
I never understood why they called it the CW.
I don't know.
That never made sense to me, because the WB at least had some sort of. Again, this goes back to a name recognition argument that we make a lot of the time, which is, again, and I'm going to bring it around back to Disney in a second. The WB, you think Warner Brothers, and you're going to instantly think, oh, I'll watch Warner Brothers do something because it's Warner Brothers. I know Warner Brothers, but then to call it the CW, you lose all the cachet of Warner Brothers. Which and I wonder, why do you do something like that? It's the same reason when Bobblehead Iger bought 20th Century Fox for $72 billion. I always got to bring that up. They killed 20th Century Fox Studios. One of the most iconic movie opening things you in history. I mean, when I was a little kid, when I first became aware of things, I thought the 20th Century Fox drumbeat meant Star Wars movie coming on.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
The only reason I could see it being called CW is because it was part CBS and part Warner. So they put the two of them together based on controlling entrance.
It's what does CW stand for anyways? Is it
CBS Entertainment Group and Warner Brothers Entertainment? CBS owned 12.5%, Warner owned 12.5%, and Nexstar owned 75%. I'm looking at it because I was like, what does CW stand for?
Yeah. I thought it was Casual Wank. But...
No, that would be Cinemax back in the 80s.
Hey, man, old school Skinemax was awesome. Great movies like Bikini Car Wash Company. And Bikini, put anything else after it. I mean, that gets a teenager through a lonely Saturday night.
Yeah, remember when that had an effect and now the internet's just ruined us? It was like, you used to be like, oh my God, I saw a boob, yay. And now
it's like, oh man, these chicks are great. Nothing's happening. I know they're not really having sex, but it's so hot. And now it's, oh look, porn. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I remember when you used to have a key that you had to turn the box on to watch TV that had rated R.
Rated R.
God, that's old.
I would learn to freaking pick a lock if I was like that.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yes.
Trust me. That really, you need a key. Oh, a master key fits right in.
Right. We'll go here. I mean, I remember a day when you had to forage for your porn. When you had to work to get it. You remember those days, don't you, Ryan? When you had to work to get your porn?
Yes. Yes.
You had to first of all hope that you had a parent who's going to give you the TV in your room. And
yeah, I remember sneaking onto the family computer like 1 a.m. to do that stuff. Yeah, it was
I'm talking before computer, where it's like now I had a cool mom. When I hit 13 and she realized that I was very actively searching this stuff out on TV and this and that, she said, look at me, said, do you want a subscription to Playboy? And I said, yes. And so I had a subscription to Playboy.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. And and whenever I had friends come over, it was, dude, where's the pile? I was like, over there. It's like there'd just be a time where nobody's talking and we're all just looking at Playboy magazines.
It's funny. I don't know how many young people are in the chat, but all the things you had to do for all the different sources, like with the internet, you always had to erase your search history. Because heaven forbid your mom go to look up a recipe and see big titty chicks. If you found the magazine, you had to guard it like Gollum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some people like to do that. Yeah.
I was at school and I leave the room, and it's one of those portable classrooms, where they set them up and then put the little attachment between. And I look down in the crack and I swear I see a boob, and I'm all, that can't be a boob. So I look, I'm like, holy crap, it's somebody put a porn down there. And so I'm sitting there like trying to act all casual, make sure no one, because if somebody else comes over there, they might get my booby mag. But I didn't want to pick it up and hold on to it because then you're
get
really
busted.
caught. Yeah, so I'm sitting there like the bell rings, I run out the classroom, because now I have my backpack, snatch that thing up, like you had to guard that stuff. That was like finding a brick of gold.
I remember in 5th grade, one dude got his hands on a porno tape, and it started making the rounds. It's like, okay, can I have it next? Yes, you can have it next. Or everybody, we're going over so-and-so's house. Yeah, is he bringing the tape? Yeah, he's bringing the tape.
It's one of those things. If only we knew what we know now, then I don't know if I probably would have shared that kind of stuff around.
Yeah.
It wasn't illegal or going to get us put in jail back then.
No, we're talking like the devil and something or other. The dude with the giant wang. He was in. It was one of his movies. John Holmes. Yeah, it was a John Holmes movie that was making the rounds when I was a kid, and it was just. It was
Adam's mom getting home, and she goes in and she goes, I just put a new roll of toilet paper in this bathroom. Where the hell did it all go?
Oh no, I gotta go. No, I gotta go. So my stepdad
don't need to hear this.
My stepdad was just as good about giving me porno mags. Where my mom gave me the Playboy, he would give me the Hustlers. So at a certain point, I'm swimming in porno mags. But there was a limit apparently. At one point, he had in the house we lived in New Jersey, there was a small apartment down below the main house, and that was his recording studio, or where his computer was and his recording equipment was, because he was a recording engineer. And one time I went down there, and he was loading King's Quest 6 onto his computer for me so I could play it. And it was taking forever because it's like where you had to keep putting in the discs, and it took for fucking ever. So I went in the bathroom to take a pee, and after that, I was done, washed my hands, and I started opening drawers, and I found this massive stack of retro porno mags. And my little boy brain didn't understand the passage of time. And apparently I was in there for an hour, not doing anything, just looking through it all, fascinated by this stuff. And I come out, he lets me play King's Quest a little bit, and then he ushers me out because he has to work, and he says, Adam, don't go through my drawers and my porno mags again. I was like, how did he know?
Yeah.
How did he know? What the hell?
You
And
find
then, of course,
retro.
huh?
You find retro.
I don't know. It just
like 1970s.
I don't know. Maybe it was early 80s.
Where there was a bush fro
That
going
ain't
on.
retro.
When you're in the early 90s, as far as porn goes, that was retro as far as I was concerned. Give me a break. So I mean, it's just, and then years later occurred to me, yeah, he knew I was in there looking at that shit because I was in there for a fucking hour. Just, but I mean, yeah, kids these days, they don't understand what we had to go through for our porn. Now it's just
so
you had to work for that spank.
So speaking of porn, which leads into graping. Devil, are you okay after this morning?
we started touching on that earlier. We can go back to that.
No, I just I watched that section. I haven't gotten all the way through it. I like how they were so mad. I'm like, good lord, you guys are like butthurt.
Yeah, I figured since it's my show, I have to be the punching bag for it, but I'm okay with it. I don't mind.
You sounded actually kind of agitated a couple times where you're just like, oh God, like, all right.
No, what agitated me is not that they get mad about it. It's the way they get mad about it. Like they were mad at you guys for using the movies as the thing. And I said, look, these are the judging criteria. One of the judging criteria is an X factor, which means it can be anything you guys want to judge on. If you want to judge on how the movies affect the character, that is your choice. That's how this works. And so I was like more defending your guys' choices than how they felt about it.
Mm-hmm.
It was, but I mean, like I said, I don't control anything, but I have no problem sitting there and having them bitch.
Do we need to EFAP something? Do we need to EFAP something? I sense an EFAP necessary.
No, they actually did a decent job with their list. I wouldn't say it's a EFAPable thing. But...
Okay. It's not like we need to destroy Dermy or anything, I guess. Okay.
No, Dermy was actually the reasonable one.
Yeah. Oh no. Wait a minute. Have we slipped into another clown reality?
Entered another dimension.
yeah. Dermy was actually the reasonable one. He wasn't the one who was like super kind of I guess like offended. I would both say. It's Pop and then and what was the other guy? I forgot.
Kenzo.
Yeah, they were kind of upset with us. So it's like I do like the fact that there were some good laughs about putting Jack Sparrow in S tier.
Yeah.
Wait.
Huh?
Wait. I mean, I love me my Jack Sparrow, but he's not an action hero.
No, he's not, and that was kind of part of the joke because Devil had him on the list, and we're kind of like, not really. And then of course, Dermy's like spurring out in the chat saying that he needs to go in the void, and we're like, all right, automatic S tier. And Samuel,
all right.
Yeah, Samuel's the one that kind of like led that charge. He's like, all right, now I'm S tier for Jack Sparrow, and it's like, you know what? Yeah, me too. I'm like, fuck Dermy. Like,
why does he have this effect on us? I mean, we're playing it this whole you mentioned me and I'm taking over your stream. We know you're listening still too. We know you're listening.
Because he's kind of like our lofty pixels. He has
oh no.
So I would kind of go that direction. Especially like when he gets on his like little soapbox. It's like, all right, Dermy, get off the soapbox. You're fine. So
no, I feel like I need to steer away. We're gonna end up in another weeb fight. I don't want to get dragged into another debate. I don't want to do this though.
No, but in all honesty, I don't think they really changed that much. They had like maybe a couple of things, like maybe one tier higher than I think we did. So it was kind of funny watching them break it down because it's like it's not as easy as you think, is it, to try to place all these?
Yeah, after about halfway through, they're all like, "Man, this is getting harder to," because you put like one of the characters there, and then you're all like, "Okay, what about this character?" Well, they go in A, but they shouldn't be on the same level as that character.
Mhm.
So maybe we should move this character down. And so yeah, they started getting kind of bogged down in it. And yeah, I was sitting there going, "See, you guys thought it was so easy." But yeah,
Were you trying to rank characters or show character? How are you
Action characters.
Yeah, action movie characters, and I give them criteria, and one of them was X Factor. Hey, Samuel, what's up, man?
What's up, Samuel?
One of the other evil rankers. And so, like I said, I try not to judge too much on where they go with the judging, because I always put the X Factor in there for that purpose so that they can decide how to judge. And yeah, Dermy tends to take offense to those.
Oh yeah, I watched the whole stream. I'm just here trying to figure out if it's action hero. How are you not getting? I mean, you can literally, if they're good, have all of them as an S tier. So what the criteria is, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out is Jack Sparrow's not even an action.
No, and that was part of the joke.
Right?
So when Dermy started spurging out about the void,
okay, so you just put him there to do that.
Yeah,
it was a direct jab at Dermy.
I put him on the list because I looked it up, and he is considered action adventure. So technically, he is a low action, and he's a big enough character. I threw him on there, but I told them, I said, if you guys don't think he belongs on the list, that's where we put people in the void. We can leave him in the void. And Dermy's all, yeah, leave him in the void. And that's when they all said, oh, in that case, and put him S tier. It's strictly just to say fuck you to Dermy.
Yeah, I mean that's
Wait a
the
minute.
problem.
He is listed as an okay. This is new. He is listed as an action hero.
Yes. Yeah, action adventure.
I would put him in adventure, but not action. That's weird.
Yeah, I look up when I have something I'm questioning, I look it up and see. And I same thing with Jack Ryan. I was all, is Jack Ryan technically? And I looked it up, and IMDb classifies the movies as. So I was all, okay, then I just look for other sources to kind of.
Well, yeah, Red October would give Jack Ryan an action adventure right there.
See, if you're looking at Pirates, I would probably say that Will Turner is probably the hero of that story.
Agreed.
So like Jack Sparrow, while he's in it, action adventure or otherwise, he's not the hero of the story. He's the plucky comic relief.
Yeah, but he kind of takes over because he is through all the movies essentially.
Yeah, that's because all Orlando Bloom's got going for him is that he's pretty.
Yeah, I was about to say Orlando Bloom's biggest claim to fame are is Lord of the Rings and because
he was pretty.
Pirates of the Caribbean, like those are his most significant
roles.
roles.
Are you saying Johnny Depp is not pretty?
No, Johnny Depp is pretty, but Johnny Depp can act.
Johnny Depp can literally transform himself.
Yeah, Johnny became Captain Sparrow.
Yeah, he's one of the most versatile actors since like Lon Chaney Jr.
What's even more wild is that Keira Knightley during the first movie was actually, when they started filming, was 16. Her mom had to be there while she was on set because she was a minor.
Whoa. Okay, we've done Pirates of the Caribbean on Saturday Night Drive, or maybe it was the previous incarnation. Did that come up in our discussion?
Not that I remember.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people know that. Yeah, she was like 16 years old.
Oh,
whoa! Because I know she was that young in Phantom Menace.
Oh, this almost takes it into Conan level.
Yeah, so she was. She was 16 when it started, and then I think by the time they finished filming, she was 17 because literally, I'm pretty sure she had a birthday during the filming of the first movie.
Yeah, but she didn't show anything that would be.
No. I'm talking about my own thoughts.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you think Orlando Bloom felt, who had to have a romance with her, and he was I think he was like 24 at the time.
Yeah, did you guys ever see that awful remake of Phantom of the Opera with Gerard Butler?
No.
Okay, so he was opposite the girl who was playing Christine Daae, who's the main character basically outside of the Phantom, was Emmy Rossum, she was 16 at that time, and there's a scene where she has to make out with Gerard Butler, who was in his 30s.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it's like they both talked about it and how very fucking uncomfortable that scene was to film.
I mean, it's like Mustang brought up, like Olivia Dabo lied on Conan the Destroyer. Nobody knew she was 16 when they did that, and you wouldn't know looking at her in that movie. But
no, she developed young.
Yeah,
like her mother did, actually.
Yeah.
Well, did they do something risky in it or something, or risque in it?
It's been a long time. There's a very sheer dress. You can see pretty
very
much
sheer
everything,
dress.
yeah.
She gets a little close to Arnold in a couple of scenes. And then everybody found out, she's 16. I was like, oh, okay.
If I was Arnold in that set, I would have been like,
and we got to remember who else. You got to remember Wilt Chamberlain's in that movie.
Yeah.
Hey, little white girl, how you doing?
That's fucking advertisement for the AIDS clinic.
Oh my god.
So basically, she pimped herself out for the CP, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like. And you know what's kind of funny is that they could actually try to charge her for that if they wanted to. Obviously, it's a long time ago, but still, like if it
Tracy Lords did that too. She did a bunch of porn when she was underage, and then she turned around and told them that she was underage, and they couldn't use any of it after she made her money.
They nuked them all.
Yeah, but she didn't tell them until she'd already made a bunch of money on it, and then turned around and was just like, "Yeah, you guys can't use any of this stuff that I showed you."
Jeez, man.
So she did very well for herself, was very smart about it. But if you find any Tracy Lords porn, she's underage in that porn.
There's one. She did one at 18, and that's the only one that's left out there.
Could you imagine being the parent of one of those children and actively knowing that your daughter is going to be in like a kind of an inappropriate scene like in Conan, and like be like, oh, okay, it's fine, whatever.
It makes you stop and think about everything that we know now about Hollywood that's come out.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't always used to check IDs that vigorously either, and in some cases, these young women, like Tracy Lords, for example, lied about their age, and nobody was able to verify one way or the other, and they just assumed she was telling the truth.
Especially if they're very developed at that point, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm taking a look. Yeah, you look like that age. Okay, fine, let's move on.
Well, the right person can falsify the records for you too.
Yeah, and I ain't saying that there aren't dudes up in Van Nuys who would, absolutely, go out and look for underage girls to put on screen like that. There are. I mean, the whole industry's chock full of them. But
absolutely.
I think in this case, actually, everybody thought she was above board and 18.
Yep. Well,
make you wonder.
There's a lot of weird shit out there. Now we got a bunch of guys here. I'm gonna hurt us a little bit.
Talking about porn.
Well, we are going in. We're going off on a branch of that. Last week, as I came back to the world, the whole Baldur's Gate bear effing thing.
Oh man!
And that opened up a lot of doors, reminding us that the furries are out there and they're weird.
Oh.
Yeah,
furries are out there and they're really strange people.
I got to point something about that clip. You guys all saw that clip that was released, right?
Yeah,
with the vampire elf and the bear.
Yeah.
If you pay attention, if you get past your revulsion enough to pay a little bit of attention to that scene, you'll notice that the one spreading his legs is the elf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That bear dong is going inside that dude.
I mean, God. Now, again,
thanks for making it worse.
what I'm going to bring up here came to my attention because of Dermy. Because Dermy replied to this, and he replied in the right way. We give Dermy credit. He replied in the right way. What the fuck is this? But that's why it appeared on my timeline. I realized, well, I'm going to make other people suffer when I do this. So this appeared on my timeline thanks to Dermy. Your birth month is the character you'll be sleeping with for the rest of this month.
Oh, hell no. Well.
Do we notice what this is? It's a bunch of goddamn animals.
Wow.
Anthropomorphized.
Mine's like the 16-bit looking one. What the hell is that?
I'm fucking a hippo, so I'm already upset.
I'm fucking a hippo.
I'm fucking the hippo, apparently.
Is that supposed to be a skunk or a fox?
We go through this, and we were talking about this yesterday when we were talking about they're making Zootopia 2. And Jed made it very clear that there are people out there who want to F the rabbit. And when I saw this morning, I'm like, wow, okay, we were just talking about this shit. We were just talking about people wanted to F Lola Bunny. And it just gets kind of weirder as we go down with video games and
I don't even know
anime
what like 2/3 of these characters are.
I mean, I know. I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't know this. I know that's
I think the hippo's
Zootopia
from
Bunny.
Fantasia, right?
No, no. They would have used the original 2D Fantasia. I think this is from something else. I don't know, but we know that's the Zootopia Bunny. We know Lola Bunny. That she's from the new Ratchet and Clank game. This is from that horrible show on Cartoon Network called The Amazing World of Gumball. That horrific show. I don't know who these are, and I know this is a Digimon.
Yeah, I don't know what the August one is because that's the one that's my birthday month. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Is that a duck? Is that a squirrel looking thing?
Well, it wouldn't be a duck. These are all furry animals.
All I gotta say is, why would you reply to something like this in a million years? This is something you
Derby.
Right,
Derby probably did.
Derby just replied. He said the right thing. What the fuck is this? It's like, that's the right answer.
Yeah.
Because this is weird, and let's dip into the weird. Hell yeah, I got Luna. My God,
the one that looks like a satanic crackhead.
Yeah, apparently. Let's see. Luna Gang. No, that's going to be hard. Okay, we got the same person. Hard pass for me. Honestly, I'd rather take a trip to the gallows than sleep with any of these characters. That's a good answer. So this is the thing. And what's the 447 retweets, 1,700 quotes. That's way more likes that make me comfortable to see. But overall, this shit's it exists.
It's legal in Canada
and Spain.
I mean,
yeah.
Technically, furries, as long as it doesn't involve actual real life like abusive animals, it's legal here too.
I know, but I mean, they get in their little costumes and they do things, but listen, I'm not gonna kink shame if I can understand.
I fucking will.
If I can understand. If I understand the kink. If I understand the kink, but this I don't understand.
I don't either.
Can you tell it's on yours right now? Would you do me a favor so I don't have to, because I'm not going to? Would you tag PETA in it and say, what are your thoughts on this?
No, I don't want any interaction with this at all. I don't want the internet I don't want any algorithm thinking, I have more of this.
I have no problem with the idea that they're trying to make like with Lola Bunny. They're trying to make her look sexy to give her hips and that type of stuff. I do if you are actually like wanting to have sex with these characters, and I do think that is freaking weird as shit.
Yeah.
Harley Quinn makes me happy. This does not. And Harley Quinn will kill you.
Well, look, I understand that Lola Bunny and stuff like that, they made her they obviously added kind of like that cute factor to her, and that's always kind of like what I thought it was, but I've never jacked it to the character.
Exactly.
She's meant to have like in the original Space Jam movie, she's meant to have sex appeal because she's supposed to like capture Bugs' attention.
Yeah.
And I understand that, but it's like children don't necessarily know what that means. So, but it's like I don't understand why a grown adult would be like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat it to that." Like what?
To have excitement that and that you're lined up in this month and you get that's the character you're gonna make.
I'm gonna borrow a talking point from Kat here, but they're not grown adults, man. They might be adults, but they're not grown up. These are fucking children.
It's a good point.
They have not progressed to a point where they can see that this is not okay behavior. And they're obsessed. That's why they're obsessed with fucking cartoon characters as if they're real people.
Yeah, that is a pretty good point.
Well, I got one of my tier list is sexiest girl cartoons. So
that's different.
That weird.
I mean, there's a difference between the description, yes, objectively the way Harley.
Can I be on that one?
Yeah, I'll have it. I mean, there's a difference between saying I want to go, I want to look at Jessica Rabbit for a while, and then say I want to look at Lola Bunny or the Zootopia Bunny. No,
Right.
I'm not saying, no, sorry, dude. I was just gonna say Jessica Rabbit makes sense because she's a human cartoon.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah, but there's still that disconnect where people are looking at that or not seeing that is in fact a cartoon. It's not a real thing. And I understand that there's like a whole cross section of like fetishists who get real deep into this shit. But this is, I mean, these aren't even the same goddamn species, guys.
No, that's the point. I mean, what I'm saying is, it's one thing to just say, hey, I'm watching old school cartoon, April O'Neil, Jessica Rabbit, where their tits are out to here, or Pocahontas, if we're going to bring Disney into this, where the boobs are out to here, or watching anime where the boobs defy gravity, they jiggle, they're all over the place, and just enjoying boobs.
Yeah.
That I can wrap my head around that because I can understand that, hey, boobs, I like boobs. But then I see this, and I can't wrap my head around it.
I can't get it. I don't understand it. It just, there's, like I said, the most effeminate one would be, in my opinion, would be Lola Bunny, and I don't know, I don't get it.
But I'm not itching to just put the tip in. I'm not itching to do that.
Right?
Yeah,
exactly. Something about knock knee bitches. I don't know. But it's. I don't know, man. This is
weird.
This is like 1 or 2 steps away from lolicon shit.
That's
a problem.
Yeah, and
well, there are people that like that. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, they out themselves all the time.
Yes,
and
there are.
The problem is, by talking about this stuff like this, by parading the stuff, it's that slow inching that they want to add their letter to the ever-growing acronym of that particular community. And there are other dangerous, we'll just say dangerous people who want to add their letter so they fall under the protection and safety of the acronym.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm seeing here when I see this right now.
Yeah, they want it so if you call them out, then they can sit there and say you're being a bigot because how dare you tell me I can't, try to go into the kids' locker room.
Yeah. So this, to me, this is, to bring it back to this is one of those red flag through the door things. This should not be acceptable publicly. You want, like you said, I mean, Sammy 1000 in the chat, you want to beat off to this shit in your private life, keep it private. That's your thing. Fine. That's your kink, but don't parade it around.
The day they gave sexual preference as a right is the day a lot of bad happened in this country. It's not a right. That is a preference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're outing themselves on a massive basis, especially.
Yeah, but
recently.
who knew there were so goddamn many?
I don't think there's as many as we all think. I think what it is they are the extremely vocal minority.
Right. I get that, Mustang. What I'm saying is like I would have assumed that there were fewer even than the vocal minority. Like that this was an outlier because they're freaks. They're not right. There's something wrong with them. They're outside the norm. It's just like every other day you're hearing about some other thing, and it's like, gee, what the fuck is wrong with us as a species?
It's the clique mentality. People want to try and be part of a clique, right or wrong, even if they disagree with it. They want to associate and be part of it.
Not but for the people who really do this, there's just something's wired wrong in their brain. Something passes through a wrong wire to sexual arousal that this does it. That it's just, again, private life, as long as you're not hurting anybody but your own dick, great. Do what you want. But parading it around like this, as I said, from my perspective, is taking us one step closer to them adding their letter to the acronym, and then the acronym growing larger and larger and using its protection until then really dangerous shit. Now, like somebody said, as long as real animals aren't involved, I don't really care, because that is animal abuse and that's sick and disgusting. But it's just you're trying to find shelter with your weirdness, and it's just
it would be easy. in this country, there was a time where the most you did was hold hands in public. You didn't kiss. I'm happily married. My wife and I don't do that in public because there is. I look at kids around and say, okay, I'm not going to be doing any of this in front of kids, even though a lot of people would say it's perfectly healthy. Yes.
PDA, yeah.
Okay. I have friends that are gay. Everybody knows that me and Siobhan are friends. I have no problem with it. She doesn't go around flaunting it everywhere and driving people crazy with it and doing this stupidity stuff. I am talking about the people that are out there in the streets doing this in front of children. That should be a crime. It used to be a crime.
Yeah.
It used to be a crime not just in front of children. They had public decency laws. I mean, do they not? They don't lock up flashers anymore.
Really?
No. Oh, yeah. If you went streaking around here, you'd get locked up. That'd be considered indecent exposure.
But you can do it in a parade, though.
How many? I mean, how many? Wait. How many clips did we see back in the day of a streaker or a flasher at a sports game, and security would just get on that person and beat the ever living shit out of them?
Oh yeah,
and drag them away.
Well, they drag them out. I mean, half my high school graduated stroke. I mean, they mooned everybody.
Well, that was Hey, I've mooned people. Okay, I've shown the full moon before.
I got the shit kicked out of me by a gangbanger one time because I was mooning traffic when I was like 11.
I don't believe that. Yeah,
I've got a good friend of mine that it took him 10 years and almost $100,000 to get off the child sex offender list.
Oh my God!
The reason why he got put on it is he was going down I-95, and Adam, you've probably been around 95. There's not a whole lot of bathrooms on 95. He was off to the side of the road, and this is before all the child sexual stuff came out. He was doing his business. He went off, and the officer wrote him for indecent exposure, urinating in public. Nobody would have thought about it anything at the time back then. But when all this came out and the sex offender list came out, he had to register. He got an attorney and fought it, and he finally got it taken off. But I mean, this is the kind of stuff that people go through. If you want to have these things, my grandparents were right. Keep it in your own bedroom. You don't let it out into the world.
In my defense, when I mooned people, I was only 11.
So child pornography.
That's generally my response, though, Mustang, is that look, you hear all the time. You're just like, look, you shouldn't be doing this in front of kids. And the usual clapback is like, well, then straight people shouldn't be kissing and holding hands in public. I'm like, fine, I'm good with that.
Yeah,
let's not do that either.
I'm not a big fan of PDA. I'm not the biggest fan of it.
It's I don't think any of that belongs in the eyes of the public.
But that's such a shit argument because we're not saying that a gay guy can't kiss another gay guy. There's a big difference between that and running around in a pink tutu with your penis hanging out and a dildo strapped to your friggin' forehead. There's a big difference between, two dudes holding hands and them literally hand down the other one's pants. And that's the thing is this kink that they call it, where they think that they should be able to go any level they want in public is just bullshit. Like I said, I have no problem kids seeing two gay dudes kiss. It's like, okay, whatever. They know they exist.
You're bringing up a healthy relationship where two people love each other, which should be shown to the kids, should be shown to everybody. If two people love each other, that's a beautiful thing. But the parades with people dressed up with the bunny ears or the cat ears and the full leathers on leashes running up to kids to have them pet them, those people need to be locked up. Hard insane asylums need to be brought back because that's what that is. That is not. It should not be socially acceptable to especially minors. You want to do it in, say, okay, Rocky Horror, good one. It's well known. I did it when I was a kid. That was no big deal. Everybody did it. It was fun. We knew what it was. It was fun, but it was there. There were no kids around because it was after midnight.
Yeah,
The one time in a closed theater.
Yeah,
the one time I didn't actually go in and take part of it. I had some friends who were there to do it, and we were hanging out outside the theater before they went in, and they were doing all kinds of domination shit outside the theater. But it was literally 2 a.m. in the morning on what was called the Downtown Mall in Charlottesville, Virginia. And there were only adults there. There were no children there. Everybody was an adult, or at least of legal age. And we made fun of him. I mean, I made fun of a couple people. One particular girl who was a very strong and willed girl who I was friends with. One of my other friends, she had her on her knees barking like a dog on a leash. And I stood there and I just laughed because this is a girl who gives me shit all the time about being an adult when we were in high school. And when this happened, I was like, oh, so now you're being pulled around by another girl we know who is in the dominant position and she's making you bark like a dog on a leash.
Yeah, we never did that.
All I know is if I ever saw Mustang dressed up like Frankfurter, I'm killing myself. I'm just saying.
If it wouldn't have been for his wife destroying things, I actually had some pictures of that.
Yeah. I don't understand. I don't understand where the tolerance of public is. It's like, yeah, okay, there's nude beaches, but you're not going to be able to take. You're not going to be able
Nude
to take
beaches are generally out of the way of the public eye too, though.
Yeah, exactly. So and I don't think that kind of indecent stuff needs to be seen in the public because anybody, you shouldn't be. You're not going to be taking your kids to a strip club.
Correct.
Even I know people make the argument for Hooters too. I mean, I'm not a parent. I think the first time my dad ever took me to a Hooters, I was like 14. So, and we were, we went to get like chicken wings and stuff like that after an NHRA drag race. And my dad was even questioning because we like kind of walked in and he's like, "You allowed to have under 18 in here?" And the girl's like, "Oh yeah, no, it's fine." And it's like, so even he wasn't sure. And this is back in the fucking late night, not what probably 97-ish. So I don't get it. I don't understand why we're doing parades celebrating this stuff. And a lot of gay people too are like, pride never used to be this whole let me get my weird fetish out and parade it down the street in front of like strangers.
No, that's new. That's within the last 10, 15 years. And it's been a progression each year. It gets more and more extreme. And I guess one of the things that really eats at me is that sooner or later, because people draw comparisons between things, between what they perceive as like things, especially children. So sooner or later, some little kid is going to mistake one of these perverted motherfuckers in a dog mask for Goofy, which is supposed to be safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's gotten out of control because now it's linked to ideology. And once that happens, that changes all the rules in terms of who's going to support it and who's going to be against it and how it's going to be framed and presented. Because then
that's how you protect it.
But then it becomes the next level of a next level game of, well, now it's part of our ideology and we need to protect it with all our power because that's a voting block and shit like that.
Well, where it started, at least for me, was Disney in the probably 2002 or whenever they started Gay Day. I think that's where I can actually say it started.
Was that as early as it started? Really?
I was living in Florida at the time, so it had to have been the early 2000s. Late 90s, 99 to 2002, somewhere in there. But where my fear is because I do have friends that are gay. I also know this country that sooner or later, people are going to get sick of all this crap going on. And when people really get sick of it, they react violently. It's our history.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to think of what's going to happen because a lot of really good people will get hurt because the snapback will be every bit, if not more violent in laws, in action than what's led us up to this, because it will come to a head sooner or later. People will get tired of it because it's starting to affect their life where Americans, as a rule, we all just want to live our lives and be happy.
I think you're right about that, and how it's gonna, there will be some pushback, and there will be people who are clipped by it who don't deserve to be, absolutely, and that sucks. But I think, there are gay people in my life too, have been for decades, and the thing that differentiates them from the clowns and the masks with their dongs hanging out in fucking Main Street is that they're just people. This is not their whole identity. It's facet. It's all it is. It's not who and what they are. It's just one thing about them that's not particularly important to daily discourse. Any more than my being straight is particularly important to daily discourse. They're people, same as you and me. But the activists are on a whole other kind of level.
I don't want to see good people hurt. And the
Agreed.
problem is our courts are allowing it when the courts know better. And I don't get it. What has happened to our courts? Well, we've got activist judges. I get that. But why isn't the Supreme Court of the United States taking them on and saying, no, you're wrong. You're acting as an activist. Why aren't they? Governors have the ability, well, not so much the governors, but the houses and the Senates and the states to say, okay, these judges are becoming activists, not fulfilling the law. Remove them. What's going to see? That's where
it's ideology again. It all comes down to ideology.
But that is where I start worrying about it, is because I know history, and history repeats itself, and we're going down a repeatable history where things will go too far, and then the same public will take back, and it will probably be a violent take back. And I'm talking about
pendulum's going to swing too far and too hard.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's like the end of the Weimar Republic in Germany.
Yes,
just like the end of the Weimar Republic, because it was every bit. Actually, I would say the Weimar Republic was probably even more decadent than the modern United States is right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, there was some unbelievably horrific shit happening, and it was considered as normal and okay in a lot of ways. And even when it wasn't, you know, people turned a blind eye to it, and that was one of the things that opened the door to what came after, because people were sick of it.
And that's where I fear that this country is going to go that way. And I hope I'm wrong.
I don't think it's going to get that far. I think there will be incidents, because some people will take advantage of it who are not necessarily against what's going on. But, you know, there's always there are those individuals who are going to try and take advantage to get some level of power and control. And they will goad and coax vulnerable sections of the population into over-the-top retaliation to this shit. And it'll happen. But I think that I want to believe that, and when I'm talking about America. I'm talking about America. I'm not talking about the rest of the world. I want to believe that the normal, everyday, tax-paying, and in some cases God-fearing American will not be swayed into that. They are upset and angry, but they're going to go the way of, just for an example, again, we're not going to get too political on this, the way the Tea Party was. They showed their disgruntled, they showed their dissatisfaction with it, but they were poised. They were collected. They cleaned up after themselves after a demonstration, and then they went back to their normal lives. I want to believe that the everyday American is going to behave like that in the end, that we're not going to resort to barbaric behavior.
I hope you're right, Adam.
I think that the majority of people are there. And again, there'll be incidents, because some people are so angry that they want to lash back. I mean, that's why we've talked about it. All these accusations of racism, this and that, bigotry, istophobe, people, they're going to make actual racists when there weren't any by calling them these names, because some people are that impressionable. Some people, even though we talk about this stuff all the time, when we get called this stuff, or it gets this, when we're done with our video, sometimes maybe hammed up for entertainment value, it slides off my back. You know, it goes away. I move on. I play a video game. I go on somebody else's stream. I watch a video. I watch a movie. I watch an anime. I do stuff then just to relax and let it all go away, because then the cycle is going to repeat itself tomorrow when I got to get back into it, disconnect. But there are some people who can't do that. They can't let go. They're going to hang on to it, and it's going to fester and eat them, because they maybe don't have a routine or a personal life that allows them to disconnect. So it just eats and eats and eats, and it turns them and it festers. And then will come along that individual who will see that and manipulate them and will cause the incidents. Now, what's going to have to happen, and what I think would happen, is when an incident happens, it will be properly received and denounced and shamed by the appropriate public, because it's not a norm. It's not something that people accept. And that's part of the whole game of these commie Marxists. They're trying to twist all these things that we see them doing every day into norms, because they understand how it works. If something exists long enough and gets accepted by enough people, it becomes the norm and accepted by wider society. And that is why we as YouTubers, or just as commentaries and observers, it's important to be a voice that says, no, this isn't right. No, this is wrong. Watching, parading around and publicly, flinging your wang around this and that improperly, pushing to make furryism normal, a normal open fetish that needs to be displayed and talked about all the time. It's not right. Keep it behind your closed door where you're just inflicting stuff on your own genitals. And we tell them that's not the norm. It's not normal. And when we say that, and when bigger channels and bigger personalities say it, then the rest of people say, yeah, I know it's not right, and I'm going to add my voice to this because I realize I'm not going crazy. I'm not. My world is not suddenly imploded where it's acceptable to have hypersexualized pride parades going down Main Street where little children can see this. No, it's not right, and I'm not crazy for realizing it's not right. And that's why we have to keep these conversations going, whether the powers that be in the digital sphere want us to or not.
No, absolutely.
I never thought I would see Southern California, where I grew up, become what it has today, and people having to flee that state because of what it is. That is something I never thought I'd see in my life. I thought there would be a course correction. Where's the there is none. That's what really troubles me.
California's lost.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that would have saved it is if those splitting it into different states had ever gained traction. That's the only thing that could have saved parts of it. But no, it's gone. It's gone. And
the other thing is, I have seen friends of mine that were never racist. I start seeing them; they're starting to go not racist, but they are so against. They're so against people that before they would have been very tolerant and open to, and probably allowed to be friends and became friends with. They don't want anything to do with that kind of person, as they call it.
Well, to not to put too fine a point on it, but something that people, because the word tolerance gets thrown around so much these days, the thing that people forget with all of our, redefined terms by a specific group of people who like redefining shit so that, it suits whatever they're talking about. Tolerance only means putting up with stuff that you may not like or agree with. That's it. Right. Does not mean anything beyond that. It means that you're putting up with it. You don't have to like it. It's kind of along that same lines as the Christian whole, hate the sin, but not the sinner kind of thing, which also gets twisted out of true as well. I mean, he's like, I can like somebody, but I don't have to agree with how they live their life. Mm-hmm. And I think that, I don't know if the idea of tolerance was held to the definition that it actually has, things might be a little bit different. But now it's twisted into this whole thing where, somebody says, oh, you're being intolerant. I was like, you mean I'm not being wholeheartedly accepting and embracing what you're talking about?
There's the
yes,
word.
I'm not being tolerant. That's not what it is.
There's a difference between tolerance and acceptance. And that's the thing. You're right. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. All right. That went in a completely different direction than I thought it would go, but it's these conversations need to be had though.
They do, but I was in a good mood before I got here, Adam. Thanks.
I'm going to put you in a good mood. Mustang knows I have a palate cleanser because I knew we were getting a palate cleanser after this. Whatever this discussion took us, and I didn't know it was going to go that deep. Here's a palate cleanser.
I'll tell you something about this conversation. It shows 5 people here who love our country and are really cared about it, and I think we are really the majority.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
And I think the majority can appreciate Angie Griffin. Angie Griffin, 109 degrees. Yes.
Speaking of degeneracy.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
Good Lord.
God,
that's a woman.
For days.
That is a woman.
Yes, it is.
That's a Velma I can get behind.
I give that Velma a 9.
Oh.
Behind in front of, underneath, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, let's just simp a little bit for Angie Griffin and her wonderful cosplaying. Good gravy.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
you know, the irony is that when the Scooby-Doo movies came out and stuff like that, I was more of a fan of when Velma got all Linda Cardellini. She was she looked really good as Velma. That's my Velma. None of this garbage that we have now.
I'm gonna have a little hot take here. I think in those Scooby-Doo movies, Velma was better looking than Daphne.
Oh, Linda Cardellini's hotter than Sarah Michelle
by a
Gellar.
mile.
She's hotter.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah, that take is acceptable here.
Look, and
okay, my age, I'm going to give it away here. Velma is Marianne. Ginger was never the beautiful one.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
think
no,
I go Ginger
In
over
the
Marianne. I do go
original,
no. See, I wouldn't. I'd go with
Scooby-Doo, no.
Marianne.
Ginger. I go with Ginger. Hello.
Yeah, she's delicious.
Yes. She's dangerous. She
I
is
just
dangerous.
want to see one that's not airbrushed. Just give me the natural.
All right. How about that? Teacher. I will stay behind for tutoring. My grades are
She's
slipping.
gonna have to bust out the ruler for me.
Yeah.
Oof.
Adam, you're
again.
still recovering. Are you sure you should be looking at images like
Hey,
this?
you
Is
know,
your heart healthy enough for this?
My heart is fine. It was my lungs that were a problem. I wasn't breathing. My heart
Your
is
heavy
healthy.
breathing might be.
I want to enroll at Hogwarts right away. If this
I don't
is
even
the
like
new
Harry
uniform.
Potter. I'll go to Hogwarts.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, I will. I want to be a part of Hogwarts now. She has Professor Garlic cosplay too, and this is just good old fashioned Southern hospitality, as far as I'm concerned.
Shit, Southern nothing. We got girls like that up here. I mean, they all look like they're on crack by comparison, but I mean, they do that.
I live in the South, and there ain't nothing like that in the South.
It's not. We're not where I am right now. No, there isn't.
You got to go to Nebraska where they're actually corn fed.
Okay, Mustang. You said she's auditioning to be the next Elvira right here. And
I would say so.
Yes.
I can see it.
And that's her natural hair. That's not one of her wigs right there either.
You know what? If they were to give her movie Macabre and let her do it, I would watch it again.
That'd be cool.
I
mean, it's provided that it's not just pictures, and she has the kind of on-screen personality to carry that show.
Look at what she's wishing us here. Happy National Smile Day. That's such positive energy.
There are anime artists right now that are jealous.
Her personality's so bubbly.
Yes.
Both sides of it.
I mean, there's a very heavy dose of just. I lost it.
The Grand Canyon called. It wants its whole back.
I'm staring, and I lost my joke. I admit it. I just
to quote somebody that was in my live stream tonight. We were reviewing Game of Thrones, and there were boobs in the episode. The milk truck is here.
Ding ding.
Wait a minute. You must still be before season 5.
Who lives?
We're season 4. We did reviewed episode 5 and 6.
Okay.
Who's close enough to Adam to go bail him out when he's caught in her tree?
Dude, I mean, I don't simp for much, but good lord, I
gotta catch them both.
Batgirl is gonna.
That would have been a hit.
That's the Batgirl we would all watch.
God, she looks good in red hair too.
I would turn the volume off and just watch it. I don't care how bad it is.
I don't simp for much, but good lord, this woman is.
You wouldn't really want to ride a motorcycle with a boob window that big, though. You just get your cleavage filled up with bugs.
Yeah, this is just a beautiful woman, and every once in a while, she is the palate cleanser for stuff, and it's lovely.
You know what's weird is that her face reminds me very, very much of this woman I've known for 20 years. Just she's got that same kind of bone structure.
Professor.
Hello, nurse.
I think I need to help her find her wand.
I was about to say, I think it's lodged somewhere.
Yeah, and I think she needs help, and then she can help me with my wand.
I do have a question. What is everybody's thoughts? Speaking, not in literally saying thoughts, but I guess in a
right.
sense. What
Bye,
are
Angie.
thoughts on Amaranth?
Oh, I was there for that discussion. Listen, I would not throw her out of bed.
I wouldn't either. Am I gonna fucking sim for her or send her money?
No.
Absolutely fucking not.
No.
But I mean, yeah, is she like super? She actually the irony though is that recently she's had some actually decent takes when it came to talking about Twitch and shit, and about how Twitch was such a garbage platform for the way they treat their content creators. I can't be mad at that. Also at this she took a swipe at Pokimane, who is just probably
I saw that one.
It's like low hanging fruit, though.
Yeah, it is like low hanging fruit. But the fact that she took that shot was I actually had a little bit of respect for that. I was like, all right.
Well, one of the things is she's capable of doing that. A lot of people, there was that period of time where if you even said one bad thing about Pokimane, it would like bring down the thunder upon you.
Yeah.
And your channel could get in trouble. Now it's like, whatever, who cares? She's another power, but
see,
Okay.
Go ahead, Devil. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say I would throw her out of bed, but only after I banged her blind.
Wait. Are you blind or is she blind at the end of this?
She's blind.
No one gave her a wet nap. She's blind.
Because if you're blind, then she could teach you Braille.
Did you guys see what her ex looks like?
No.
Her husband that she's getting divorced from, dude's kind of mediocre at best.
Of course he is.
They
always are.
I know, right?
I mean, say what you will, though. She's a savvy businesswoman. She has marketed herself to economic stratosphere. It's like, hey, I'm gonna get on a video game streaming medium, and I'm just gonna sit in a bikini, or I'm gonna lick a microphone, or I'm gonna stick things in my mouth. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same effect when a guy does it.
Yeah, especially when my beard's rubbing up against the mic.
And then I'm going to sit in a hot tub in a bikini. And
I'm probably the outlier here. She does nothing for me on that level, but I'm also a fan of Lucille Ball and quite a few of the other dingbat women, and I know how smart they are. And that's what actually
Alice
makes
Cramden.
Oh, Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
So, but I mean,
I had a big crush on Dolly Parton when I was a little kid.
Who didn't?
Who didn't? Yeah.
And I'm talking about like little kid as in like it's like 8 or something like that.
I knew at a young age what I wanted to.
So,
what
Ryan,
was going on.
You're from Colorado. You remember Long's Peak?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're out on the plains and you're looking towards the mountains right at the right angle, Long's Peak looks like 2 big peaks and then a bigger one in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when I was a kid, we used to tell people that was Dolly Parton laying down. It was her chin and her tits.
Oh, did you guys ever do the chants, the military walk chants? I mean, some of you guys are military guys. You might have heard this. There was always that one, Dolly Parton is the best. She's got mountains on her chest.
I don't think I ever heard that one, to be honest.
That was the one that made it into our things of great. Like we would do fake military marching in grade school. We were fake military marching. And left, right, left. Roll a bowling ball down the hall. Hit a retard. Make it. We had a bunch of ones like that. But then there was always the Dolly Parton is the best. She's got mountains on her chest. And there was no argument to be made that was not a good thing.
No.
Dolly Parton. God, I don't know what generation like. She was the hottest. Like she was hot in like 9 to 5 time, but I think she was hottest in like what's that movie? That girl
Best
movie.
Little Whorehouse in Texas.
Oh, she was good in that too.
Oh yeah.
The Magnolia one.
Steel Magnolias.
Oh, Steel Magnolias. Yeah.
So you're talking like between like 86 and like 93.
Let me see.
Yeah, somewhere
was
in
Magnolias anything? Let me see what
She yeah.
I saw a photo of when she was I think from a movie she did like in the 80s or something like that. She was like, whoa.
89. Steel Magnolias is 89.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I always want to call White Magnolia. I don't know why. But yeah.
Because there was a song Magnolia at one point. Maybe, I don't know.
Dolly did a Hallmark a couple of years ago, and she's every bit as lovely and beautiful today as she was back then.
Did you hear what she said the other day in talking about retirement? Did you hear what she said? She said, I just want to retirement. I'll die singing on stage. That was her response.
Good for her. That's one of the things that, like, Dolly Parton obviously has impressive assets, but she's a hell of a singer, a hell of a songwriter, a very generous and lovely person, and she is self-made.
Yeah,
in a big way. I mean, the lady grew up in a freaking one-room cabin in Appalachia.
She's iconic. She is iconic. She's Americana.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say, like, there are a lot of women in this country. That woman is a lady.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think I would agree. Yeah.
Adam and I have had this discussion before. I've been a fan of Dolly all my life, and I cannot tell you what her politics are to this day. I don't think,
and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a good thing. You don't...
I miss the days when celebrities didn't talk about their nonsense on social media, because quite frankly, I just don't care. Like, I don't need to know what I don't need to know who you vote for. That was one thing that actually really bummed me out about when The Rock did that. He endorsed Joe Biden this last go round. I was like, man. I'm like, and you're so full of shit too. Like, you got paid to do that, man. Come on. Like,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you don't need the money, so why would you take that?
I got asked the other day, because I'm doing all the old movies, TV, and things. Is there any actors, actresses that I won't do their movies? And my answer was one: Jane Fonda. I will not touch anything that bitch has ever done.
Jane.
Exactly.
That's
go.
I was just
sorry. We're all trying. I was just gonna say.
Y'all want to dance?
Probably. Yes. I think probably two of the most successful, movie stars right now, are in entertainment would be Tom Cruise and Chris Pratt. And guess what? You don't know either one of their politics. Like, I've never heard either one of them, endorse anybody or talk about it or call people a bunch of names.
You could probably, you could probably infer a few things, but you wouldn't know for sure unless they said
I mean, all I know about Chris Pratt is, one, I remember the video of him teaching his son the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and that's like, dude, hey, patriotism. And then he's a religious man.
Mm-hmm.
He has faith, and that's all I know. And I have no problem with either of that. And Tom Cruise, we know Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is a Scientologist.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big time Scientologist. But you know what? Tom Cruise doesn't walk around telling us all to be Scientologists.
Nope.
He doesn't. And he can be as crazy as he wants in that. And I just want to watch a Tom Cruise movie and have a good time. And that's what we get. And I'm fine. That's why I build a Tom Cruise collection. I'm still in the process. I got to get a few more I really want. But that's why I will build a Tom Cruise. That's why I will watch Chris Pratt. I watch, and it's just I'm not put off.
Tom Cruise I know he has worked with Democrat and Republican parties, but when you look at what he's worked with, it's stuff that tries to benefit people. His religion, we may all look at and go, it's crazy, but the dude loves his fans, and he certainly tries to help people. And if that's all I know about the man, I gotta say he's a pretty good man.
Even if, because like none of us here know him personally, even if he fucking hates his fans, he knows which side his bread is buttered on.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He does. Although, do you guys remember that Comedy Central show Mind of Mencia before Mencia got called out? They did one skit though that was just like I couldn't stop laughing. The one where they got Edge to come on to be a ringside commentator for a wrestling match between like Buddha and Jesus and Muhammad and Shiva. And they're all kicking the crap out of each other. And then out of nowhere comes Tom Cruise to represent Scientology, and he beats all of them.
I can see that.
Pretty good. That sounds pretty good.
It was.
After Chappelle got canceled and they kept trying to fill the void, I just never liked any of those comedy shows that came after Chappelle.
Mencia made me laugh. I mean, whether his jokes were his own or not, his comedic timing was. It was his own. And he always said one thing. And again, I don't know if he stole this or not. He may have. But the sentiment is true regardless of who it came from. If you ain't laughing, you ain't living.
That's Carson, isn't it?
It might be, yeah.
I wouldn't know.
But either
Yeah,
way,
that
I
one
mean,
I
that's something that's rung true my whole life. If you're not laughing, if you're not finding joy in your life, then what the fuck are we even doing here?
That's something I remember saying. I think it was in May. I think I was feeling particularly down about something or whatever, but I would watch something where there was. I remember watching some things, and I remember watching something, and I just burst out in a belly laugh, and I realized, and I said this to somebody that day or later. I said to somebody, you know what? As bad as things are, if you can just laugh, genuinely laugh at something, you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're okay. You are processing everything okay. Everything's in line. If you can laugh at something that is you genuinely find funny, and a real laugh that where you got tears coming out of your eyes, just going,
Sides hurt.
Yeah, you are okay. As bad a mood as you may be in, as bummed out as maybe something, if you can laugh like that, you're not depressed. You're not even remotely near depression, and you're just maybe in a bit of a bad, sad mood, and you just got to work to get out of it. But if you can laugh, you're okay. You're okay, and I that's something I think should be spread to people who these days may be feeling down about a lot of stuff, but about themselves maybe in this. If you can find the humor, if you can find real humor in something that is funny, or maybe you just find it funny. Hopefully it's not something sick and deranged, but if you can really laugh, you're okay. You're gonna be okay.
That's what movies used to be about, bringing forth emotions. I've had the conversation with people. It's like you should be able to laugh at movies. You should be able to get mad at a character. You should cry. You should smile. You should want to share it. It's, my review tonight of All in the Family came out. They came into our house one night a week, and we went into theirs. They were like family. As much as Archie, and we all know what he was, and you want to hate him, you couldn't hate him. You had to love him because he was that person. He was family. And that's what Hollywood's forgot today is those characters are supposed to be relatable and lovable, and whether you hate them or not.
What's on that score? I'll watch reaction channels. I watch a fair amount of them because I find them for the most part entertaining. But you can usually weed out pretty quickly who's faking it and who isn't.
Yes.
And I watched one the other night, a channel called Funny Little Gal Reacts, and she was finally getting around to the movie Serenity. She'd done all 14 episodes of Firefly, and it gets to the first shock of that movie. I don't want to give it away, but for people
it's Serenity.
I don't know how many people are watching who haven't seen it.
Okay.
It's every time I'm like, "Hey, you've seen Firefly?" I get somebody.
We've reviewed it on this
that?
channel. We reviewed it on this. We've done Serenity in a previous version of Saturday Night Drive-In. It's fair game. Go ahead.
It gets to the point where Book is killed.
Okay.
And she loses it. Just starts bawling on screen, like snot coming down her fucking her face.
Ooh.
And I mean, it was real, and then she's barely recovered from that,
and then
Wash bites it, and then she sees Zoe go down and Kaylee, and she's like just like speechless, and like the whole bottom jaw is trembling, and like just tears streaking through her makeup and shit. And I'm just like, this is real. This is, I'm right there with her because she's feeling it so much. I started feeling it, and I've seen that movie 100 fucking times.
Now,
it was good.
I can understand that if it sounded like it is a legitimate reaction thing. If she just spent probably, I would say, a week watching the series, that's her whole world at that moment. And I mean, I as someone who likes to marathon stuff, and I say marathon, not binge, because that's what I called it for decades. Before people say, "Oh, I binge watch," I marathon stuff. Prior to being a reviewer, where I have to review something every week, I'd let episodes pile up. I could still do that with anime, at least. I can let the episodes pile up, but I used to then watch everything. And when you watch something for multiple days at a time, it becomes your world. And I'm not saying in a crazy way, I live in there, I believe they're real. No, it's just it's the creative world. It's this place where you are just so
Invested in the story.
Invested. Excellent word. That's the word I was searching for. Invested, attached to all these characters. And when it's over, there's a hollow feeling. It's like, man, I was just having such a good time with all these characters. And if it's a particular one where it's reached its ending, it's, I mean, I feel the way when I reach Stargate. And the Stargate every time I was like, okay, it's over again. Or Farscape. When I reach the end of Farscape, I was just living in that world. It's over again. But I know I can go back and relive it.
Right. You know, and that was the thing. It's like, because I've seen Firefly dozens of times. I've seen, Serenity bunches of times. I went to see it in the theater probably 4 fucking times. And so I know the story inside and out. So I watch reactors watch this stuff all the time. And usually we get to that point. I'm like, oh, you didn't see that coming, right? But she felt it so viscerally. It came through the screen, and it took me back to the place where I was the first time I saw it.
The wash death is what got me.
It was incredible, though. Like, and that's I think what Mustang was getting at. Like, these should make you feel something. You should care, and so I don't know. It's a little bit of a tangent, but
no, it's beautiful. It's beautiful because I mean, this is similar to what Jed and I were talking about on Saturday. We were doing Raiders of the Lost Ark. Within an hour, in the first of only 3 Indiana Jones movies, within that first hour, when you're in the marketplace in Cairo and Marion is dead, we're so invested in Indy, we feel his pain.
Mm-hmm.
After only an hour knowing this character. That is what good storytelling and good directing can do. It can pull you in and make you want to care about these characters in some cases you just met. And in a case like Firefly, you're with them for 14 hours at this point in a journey. And then you get the movie, and with this chick, if she had just been in that world to watch Book Death. Now, the Book Death is just like, oh, man. But the wash scene, and for me, I can say for that one is, prior to the release, Sci-Fi Channel had been, marathoning Firefly, but they were showing clips from the movie, and they showed the I am a leaf on the wind, watch me as I fly, or however it goes, I don't remember exactly how it goes. And they showed that thing, and then it reaches that one moment where he finally says it, I am a leaf on the wind, and then it cuts away. And when you went to the theater to see that, when he says that, boom, gets ganked. And you're sitting there like this. At least I was. I was like, they just killed Wash. After he just had that brilliant scene, now he's dead. And Zoe's losing it. And here come the Reavers. Oh, shit. I mean, it was powerful. You can't.
Yeah. And they give you just enough time to realize what had happened, but they don't let it breathe.
Oh, yeah. And see, Joss Whedon may be a piece of shit human being. But he's a great writer and a really good director.
He's a fantastic writer. He writes excellent characters and excellent stories and all that. He always has. But yeah, that's I guess what I'm getting at is like movies used to make you feel something. Now all they make me feel is like a waste of my fucking time.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. They used to tell an actual story that was meant to teach you a lesson or to relate to some aspect of real world life. That's what human beings have been doing for thousands of years. And now they're just cramming their ideology and everything and expecting us to swallow it. And it's like, that's not the point of storytelling. That's never been the point of storytelling, was to try to cram your beliefs on other people. So I don't understand that. And yeah, Joss Whedon, even James Cameron, like they've been labeled as being pricks when they're filming their shit. It's like, well, okay, well, yeah, because they're talented. They want it to be right. They want it to be, in the vision that they're trying to do. And so I don't know. I'm just
late to the party.
Sorry, Jeremy called. I had to play Mario Kart.
That's how you guys are live.
You ever worked for a boss that, kind of cared about his company and what he puts out?
No, it's great. I'm really impressed. You got quite the panel here. Didn't want to interrupt too bad, but looks like you guys are having fun.
Hey, you're my life partner. You're always welcome here.
Yes.
It's okay. It's all right.
Well, that got gay.
It's not gay. They're hetero life partners.
Started yet?
Yeah, hey, you and Samuel are too. So where are you?
Hey,
we're pretty gay.
Devil, no. See, I got this chick on the side who I fuck so as not to be all the way gay, but that guy loves the cock.
Hey, listen, we might be getting close to the window where Dermy might pop in, and then we'll be full on gay. So
that's when there's no point of no return.
Be
Jed, how you doing?
ankles
You
on
have
the
fun on
lawn.
Mario Kart?
I did, yeah.
How'd it
Mike's
go?
out it all way, so my ears are still recovering. So you guys might need to talk louder since I'm deaf right now.
Man, I'll tell you what, you know what? I understand getting peeved off at a video game, but when you're like yelling for like 2 hours straight, like, man, like take it easy, dude. Your blood pressure's got to be through the roof.
When I was sick and in between, where I was right in that in between where the pneumonia was surpassing the coof, I tried watching a Mario Kart stream and it gave me an anxiety attack a couple weeks ago because I was having trouble breathing, and I had this pressure in my back and I couldn't breathe right, and I was having heart beating problems, and I was watching Mario Kart and realized I'm having an anxiety attack listening to this stuff. I can't watch this anymore, and I didn't watch anybody's streams for like 2 weeks after that. Granted, because I was in bed half the time, but yeah. So I
good old
Mike's
COVID.
a cool guy. I've hung out with Mike once or twice, but he gets so passionate about Mario Kart. It's
intense.
I mean, I thought Ryan was crazy in the early days of Mario Kart. Mike took it to a whole new level. It's like, oh man,
Man,
so
I
angry.
never got the passion for that game. I only ever played it with my kids.
They
loved
don't
it,
give
but
a
I was just like,
shit.
it's not something that I ever
Here's
really
how
got into.
Here's how bad I am. I haven't played Mario Kart since SNES. It's the last
I
time I
haven't-
played Mario Kart.
I played it a lot on the 64, but yeah, no, I don't. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a fun game, but
I
prefer Road Rash.
I'm not into racing games. I never have been.
That's why I like Road Rash.
beating
because it's a
people on
racing
bikes.
game, but you can also beat your opponents to death with your hands and feet.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. So I don't know. I mean, this whole thing about entertainment and meaning something. Here's the thing, and this is the common phrase putting out there right now. You know what? Let them keep destroying the shit. I got a lot of shit I can rewatch, go watch, delve into things maybe I haven't seen in 20 years, like I did a couple weeks ago, and I'm fine. I mean, do I want? I think the only thing I'm going to miss periodically is the feeling of something new, because that is, we especially love all the stuff we love. You want something new once in a while. You need something to just this and that, but I am going to miss that. But then again, I do have an out. I have anime. Every 4 months, I have a stack of new anime I can watch, and that keeps you busy for about a week or two, if I let it all really pile up. But I always got that. That's where I think I have the out for my new fix. But it's just a shame that we're at this point. It really is.
You're an anime fan. I don't watch a lot of anime, but I started watching this one. I haven't finished yet, so don't spoil it for me. But I was just kind of curious what your thoughts were on if you've seen it, Parasite the Maxim. I'm about halfway
Not
through
one
it.
of my favorites. I watched a little bit of that one when it was on Adult Swim a long time ago. That one didn't click with me. Some people swear by it.
It's
It
been
didn't
pretty
click with me.
enjoyable, but it's nothing like it's not like the holy grail of all television for me or anything. But I was just curious as to your thoughts on that one, because I don't do a lot of anime, and so every once
I
in a
only
while
did
I'll
a
dip
couple
into
of
something.
episodes of that one. I can't give you a full opinion. Other than that, it didn't really click with me. And that's the thing. That's the beautiful thing about anime is that there's so much of it. It's it's actual genres. Anime is just anime, but it's actual genres. There is an endless amount to find. When I came back from China in 2016 and we're in recovery mode, both physically from actual native coof and because I effed up my left foot and I couldn't walk, so I was laid up. I watched in about a 6-month period, more anime in 6 months than I had in my entire life to that point, because I just needed things to watch because I couldn't move. I couldn't get up and about. And I watched, and I realized back in the day when I started watching anime, all I cared about was fantasy and science fiction.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't that, I didn't care about it. I watched every possible type of anime out there, and I realized, wow, I like more than just science fiction and fantasy. It's still my number one, but I can watch other things in anime and find enjoyment.
Right. Usually when I run into somebody, because I have seen some anime. I mean, obviously not to the level that you have, but I have watched a few things over the years. And, I going all the way back to, like, I think the very first thing I ever saw was Unico and the Isle of Magic.
I don't know
that one. It came out in like 1981.
Okay.
And I was pretty young too. I was like 4 or 5 years old at the time. But so every once in a while, somebody will be like, "Hey, you've seen some anime? Where would you recommend that a person starts?" And it depends on whether or not I feel like being a dick. But sometimes I will recommend that they start with something like Grave of the Fireflies.
All right.
Oh, wow.
It depends on how much I like the person. If not, then I'll point to something a little more bland, like Record of Lotus War. But
I put that on. That was on when I first started Anime Odyssey, and I made my starter anime list. That was my. I went through all the genres and what started with Record of Lotus War.
I love Record of Lotus War.
It's my starter
great.
list, and I would say you do the OAV. Don't do Chronicles of Heroic Knight. Do the OAV, only 13 episodes, and it's very easy to get into. And see that's something that Dermy and I will argue about. What is the criteria for a starter anime? And
right.
I mean,
I usually tell them, I was like, don't start with Akira. Just don't.
No.
And they're like, well, why not? I was like, aside from the fucking subject matter and the themes and the fact that it's layered as a motherfucker,
and it's incomplete. The old version is incomplete. It doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, but like, aside from all of that stuff, I'm just like, I mean, number one, you might get lost going into it because it's extremely rich and layered. And number two, it's super fucked up.
Yes. They're doing a remake. They're doing a remake series.
They've been talking about doing it live action for a while too.
Oh, that's different. I'm saying like there's the anime. There's a new anime coming out. I think it's in winter. It might be fall. I'd have to go back and look. I was scanning through the live charts the other day, just seeing what's coming. But I mean, my criteria for starter anime for anybody getting into it, it's very simple. One, don't choose something that's long running. Choose something that's got a self-contained story. You're gonna get something from the 90s that runs maybe 24, 25 episodes.
Yeah, that's why I recommend movies.
Yeah, movies are good. But I would it's just something self-contained and small, not overly complicated, so that you get turned off. Just very straightforward, likable characters. High quality animation too, because there's a lot of shit out there.
Well, you gotta, like you're saying, you gotta pick your poison pretty carefully. Like one of my brothers came over one time and he's like, "Hey, I got this anime here, this first season. You want to check it out?" And I was like, "All right, I'll look at it." It was Bleach. I'd never heard of it before at that point. And I sat down. And I was like, "Okay, this is kind of goofy." Because it's like in the beginning, like Ichiro, whatever his name is.
Ichigo.
Yeah, Ichigo. He's just this goofy kid living in a home, and it's not super serious yet. And I looked at him, I was like, "This is kind of goofy." He's like, "Oh, it gets better." And I was like, "Oh yeah, how long does it go?" And he tells me, I was like, "You mean I got to sit through 500 fucking seasons?"
Well, that's the thing. Bleach, its first season is only 13 episodes. But then the Soul Society arc happens, and then it takes off. Problem is, again, that's a massive franchise, and that's also one of those things where, hey, you know what? There's a lot of filler in there because they were bumping right up against
It's one of the reasons I hate Dragon Ball.
Well, that's why I like Dragon Ball Kai. They cut out all the filler.
I'll let Dermy hear you say that.
Dermy heard me say all kinds of shit last night. He didn't like fucking.
He's listening right now. We know he's still listening. He's just got his hands full of fertilizer.
He got his revenge this morning. Dragged me pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to finish that yet. He says there's something funny at the end of the stream that I got to check out. He messaged me, so I was like, all right, I'll finish it. I just haven't had a chance to do it yet. It was just fun.
Never trust
him.
him.
I'm sure that he did mention something about Sam and we have plans for the end of the stream. I don't know what the fuck that means, but
I haven't quite finished the stream yet either, but I will be doing that tonight.
Yeah, he was the voice of reason on that one. He was less upset with us than the other two.
Yeah, True Pop Culture 7 was pretty pissed about Neo.
Yes.
Where did you guys drop Neo on the list?
D,
I think.
Because there's only one Matrix movie, and the rest of them are not good.
I can accept that answer.
And so it's like it really gets bad. Because we talked about the quality of the movies. Of course, drag the character down. I mean, if you review the 3 Indiana Jones movies, because there's only 3, then Indiana Jones is. But if you include Crystal Skull and then of course the new one, it's literal character assassination.
Yeah.
So that's gonna affect the character.
For the record, I argued for S tier on that one, but
I know you did. But
I lost that fight, but I did argue for it.
We caught crap for putting Conan and in C tier. Because we had certain parameters, but Derby was. They were mostly taking pot shots at Samuel and I. They didn't really bug culture too much. It's like, well, he was on the panel too.
Well, he doesn't. Coulter doesn't fall into our category, into the regular category of we're gonna give you shit because he's a guest. He's not.
Yeah.
Part of the.
I think Pop took a little bit of a shot at him. He's like, oh, I thought he would have been more of a man of culture. It's like
that's funny though.
Yeah. I'm like, man, y'all are upset about this list.
Yeah, I think Kenzo started out upset, but he got a little bit more. He was having fun with it by the end of there.
Yeah, it was funny. Even when Derby was like, he's like, I'm gonna have to defend him a little bit here, and I'm like, oh, actually, Devil, was that the longest stream you've done?
No, not even close.
not forget ranked.
Like
Not forget ranked because it was like it was like 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, forget ranked. Oh God, it might have been. It might have been one of the longest ones because it was one of the longest lists for sure.
Yeah, it was a big list.
What's the next one?
The next one is muscle cars.
Oh, I'm out. I don't know anything about muscle cars.
I'm about to say I know a shitload about cars.
I win 64.5 Shelby Mustang.
That's why I have 3 mechanics in my family. I don't know fuck all about cars. I
know nothing. I am not a car guy. I know nothing.
I love cars. I love them.
I only recently learned how to change out a starter, and that was because I was given no choice, and it took me like a week to learn it.
Do you want to lead the next one then? Because my dad is a mechanic, my uncle's mechanics, my grandfather was a mechanic. They've been on multiple race teams. My dad can tell you literally anything about any muscle car. I mean, literally anything. Me, not a damn thing. I'm retarded when it comes to cars. So.
His father was a mudder. His mother was a mudder. His brother was a mudder.
Yeah, I spent my time as a kid and as a teenager turning wrenches with my dad. So yeah, I could definitely be on the panel to help you out because even my dad and my uncle, they were part of a race team for a top alcohol dragster. It's like a 5.7 second in the quarter mile vehicle, 250. The fastest they got was like 257 miles an hour.
You do realize you're talking to a bunch of nerds right now, right?
I know. I'm a nerd too. I nerd out for cars also.
Yeah. All right, here's gonna be the test though. Will Dermy have a bitch fit the next morning?
Oh, probably not. He told me he wouldn't do that one.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think he's gonna know anything about that one.
I was thinking, will he find something in it to just get angry about so he can complain on the stream?
I gotta say, man, those what does he call them? Like late night mayhem, I think.
Yeah, late night mayhem.
Those streams are like I can't stay up and watch them most of the time. I got to get some rest at some point, and usually he comes on right about the time I'm going to sleep. But like watching back the next day. I mean, they're really funny, especially when he's pissed about Get Ranked.
I know. He's like, we have several topics. Which one do you guys want to get into? And then, of course, they immediately go into Get Ranked. And I'm just like, yeah.
I sent Ryan I DM'd him the link to that this morning, and I was like, dude, you have to check this out. He's like, is there a timestamp? I was like, no, watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like a 2.5 hour stream.
It's like watching Devil go through a Maoist struggle session every Monday. It's just like always is like
funny because
I'm here against my will. It's like, yeah, we know.
No, it was because when you first got into it, you were audibly annoyed with the situation. Like you can hear it a couple times throughout the stream.
I like to give my friends the ability to vent when they're upset, but yes, it does get kind of annoying having to go over the same thing over and over again. I didn't make the list. I don't have control over the list.
Why am I here?
Yeah, I know. It's like because you say it every time. You're like, I don't have anything to do with the list. It's like
the
there's
moderator, damn it.
4 random people that I invite on to go over this. It's like.
All I know is of all the streams I've seen recently, Ryan, your stream has got to be the one that almost broke me when I came on for that Game of Thrones. I was like, how the fuck did I get wrangled into being the voice of reason here? I came in to watch, and I somehow had to be the expert because you didn't have one at the time.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop listening to Derby's stream. I'm almost all the way through it. I haven't quite finished it yet. I got past the thing. I had to go back though because I DM'd Dermy earlier. I was like, hey, do you mind if I clip out that bit where you told me where you said just to piss off Ryan and Sam and like stitched it into a short or something? He's like, yeah, sure, whatever. But I gotta say, last night, Devil, that was a lot of fun. It really was. Appreciate you having me on though for that. That was I really enjoyed that. And then the next day, of course, it got even better because it rankled like 3 other people so hard they redid it.
I'm having a lot of fun with that show. I'm really happy people are enjoying it who are on. And I'm planning on doing other shows and all my stuff's going to be based around doing kind of either list games, stuff like that. I'm not good with reviews. I don't think my opinion's near as intelligent as the people already doing it. So I'm going to start one up here soon. I got a couple things to work out called Pissing Contest. And essentially it's going to be, I'm bringing 2 people on and I'm going to give you each like 12 choices you got to make. Like let's say your favorite fantasy movie. And then the next category will be your favorite fast food burger and, stuff like that. And you pick yours and you make your list. You don't tell the person who's going to be on with you what your list says. And then we bring them together and then you say what your pick is and the audience chooses who wins. And after the 12 categories or whatever, whoever has the most points wins. And I don't know what the prize is going to be. Like maybe I'm going to make like a meme bashing the other one. And you get to use it or something. I don't know.
That sounds like fun, man.
Jesus Christ, Devil. You sound like you're doing the Newlywed Game again.
Shit was on the air for how many years?
Yeah, I want to say at least 10 or so. It was pretty much all my childhood. That thing was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This sounds like fun, Devil. I'd say you go for it.
Yeah, do it, man.
God damn it. Hold on one second. Keep going. I have to look something up real quick. Keep going.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because trust me, people love watching car wrecks. And that's why I think that's why Dermy has
Dermy is a car wreck.
Yeah, it's a car.
Yeah, that's why his channel exists.
Pretty much.
Like watching car wrecks.
Yeah, but there ain't nothing wrong with doing something a little bit different than everybody else is doing either. I mean, it's one of the things that we do on Friday nights on Abyssal Musings is once or twice a month we have quiz night. We try to get the chat involved with and all that stuff, and there's usually a timer, but it's not like serious or anything, and it'll just have questions pertaining to a theme or whatever. Like, and it's not anything like super. I don't know. Sometimes it's engaging, sometimes it's not, but it's just something we try to do for our audience that's a little bit different than a lot of other things that you'll see out there.
Well, different's always a good idea because I never honestly understood like the whole the ranking stuff, because I've seen it on a couple of times on like I don't know like what different streams. I think Chrissy Mayer does on Simcast. I think they've a couple other ones that I've watched in the past, but it's not until you're actually a part of it that you're like, yeah, it's pretty entertaining. Yeah. And you get into some pretty some pretty in-depth conversations about because obviously last night was one of the hot button topics was John McClane, because again it's how good is he as an action character. He's kind of he's the everyman, and it's like that very last film was bad, but I was
terrible.
Yeah, I liked Live Free or Die Hard, but it's super. Those last two were extremely.
I can watch Live Free. I think I've only actually seen it once. But here's the thing about the Die Hard movies: certain points you can kind of just cut it off and be okay at certain points. You don't necessarily need to keep going.
Yeah.
I got a great idea for you, Devil.
What?
Topics for Get Ranked in the future.
I'm always up for new topics.
Yeah. This goes back to something Ryan said last night. I rank big butts. And I cannot lie.
Biggest booties.
Yeah.
There's a Jeremy joke in there somewhere.
I was about to say, Dermy's been promising you big booty Latinas, and he just doesn't deliver. Unless I haven't got to that part of the stream yet.
If I do that thing and Dermy's there as one of the co-hosts, I'm gonna make him dress up like a taco. Then he can do his whole back taco thing the whole damn time.
Oh my god!
Wave that thing in your face.
Real quick, for 320 yen, Megaloid. I recommend Gaku manga. Google it. Great story. I think I just looked it up. Is it about mountain climbing? Because that's what came up when I just looked it up someplace. Thank you for the 320 yen, Megaloid. And I just tangent. We'll go back to this in a second. I go to manga usually when it looks like the anime will never continue, and then I go to the manga to get the whole story. So that's when I usually go to manga. I've done it several times, and I've been satisfied because
otherwise that working out for Berserk.
Oh well, that's not. That's an unfair because dude died. But the thing about Berserk is that his best friend, another mangaka, was told the whole thing. He told him where it's going to go, what it's going to do. So it will continue on to the intended conclusion. So for Berserk fans out there, they're going to get their story. It's just going to take a little while.
Right. I was just making a bad joke because
I know.
Too soon.
All right,
too soon.
I mean,
too soon, bro.
I saw a thing the other day where Subway had a sign up saying our subs don't implode. I'm like, that wasn't too soon, so this can't be.
I saw that. It was on Twitter, and people were getting mad. I'm like,
it's funny.
It's funny. We too
like,
low.
I didn't know them. It's not like members of the family are going to see that on Twitter. Most likely, it's like, dude.
No, if they're smart, they'll stay the fuck off Twitter.
Well, yeah.
We're not smart. We're on Twitter, so we're not.
I know all of us are on Twitter. Sadly enough, that's the easiest way to communicate when you're doing streaming and shit, to send links.
Yeah,
out.
I was doing emails
too.
I was doing emails before that when it was when I was dealing with a smaller group of panelists. But at the beginning of the year on my birthday, when everybody said, "Get on Twitter, it'd be fun for your birthday," I'm like, "Okay, fine." And that's now I'm in everybody's DM rooms. Okay, links now go out via Twitter or in the on the Discord for certain people who aren't in there.
Well, for those of us that are in multiple Twitter DM groups, man, the people who and I know that Alpha's probably going to hear this maybe later or something like that. He posts the same thing in each chat, and I'm like, Alpha, I'm in 3 chats with you, dude. I see it.
Right? I'm in like 6 group chats, and all of them have at least a few of the same people.
I know, right?
That's why I limit our DM room for coming on this channel for stuff. That's like, okay, I'm just putting links in here. That's all I'm doing. Sometimes the conversation comes up, and I let it happen. It's very brief, but it's just like, yeah, I'm just putting links in here because I know the same conversations are happening in the same DM rooms that we're all freaking in. So I'm just gonna. That's where that's gonna happen. It's I let it. I'm happy to let it happen everywhere else.
Get the same notification 3 times. You're like, yes, I know. Like, it's just...
That's why I try to for the Star Trek Engage chat. I try to limit it to talking about either our show or Star Trek, just because I know I'm gonna run into you guys in some other chat somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't want to like keep typing out the same shit over and over again. So I mostly abuse Ryan's FNR chat for that.
I was about to say it's almost like you are in our multiple streams together multiple times a week.
It's like we're attached to the dick or something.
Yeah.
See, I'm not going that far with Kid. We're not attached to the dick. It's just
not yet.
Not yet.
We're
looking into it.
We're e-docking.
I know.
Oh God.
That's horrendous.
Oh, I don't need that imagery.
Adam, can you please pull up Professor Garlic?
I wish I could quit you.
I've seen it.
Jed's
I know
seen
who Professor Garlic is.
He's seen me simp over Angie Griffin. He's seen me do that. We don't.
I just wanted to change the subject to something other than
we don't need a power
docking.
That's right. I coined it.
I didn't know what
Prison Wallet was coined on his channel too.
I didn't know what a fucking docking was until like a year and a half ago, and I was like, oh.
Neither did I.
Man.
It was
my buddy
year
Larry
when I
didn't
learned.
know what it was till last week.
Now I'm gonna have to hear Dermy cry about no one wants to e-doc with him.
All the greatest memes are made on this show, Adam, because we popularized Bat Taco. That's our fault.
Dermy blames you for that. Dermy blames you for that.
Yeah, it's mostly my fault, but I said it on this stream, so.
Yeah, you told me about it because I had been out of it for like a couple days doing something, and I came back and I hadn't been on anybody's streams. And you go back taco. I'm like, what the fuck is a back taco? And it's like, well, Dermy did this. And I'm like, oh, great. So we're getting into that territory. Okay, fine. And now it's his mantra.
He doesn't even have to be here, and it shows up. It's endemic now.
Yeah, well, I know.
Well, he will start 9 times out of 10 on. I'm sorry. There's Wednesday. He doesn't do it on Saturday or Sunday. 3 out of 4 of the 4 streams I run on this channel that aren't gaming or Saturday Night Drive-In, he will appear within the first 10 minutes with the super chat and just say back taco. He will just do that. He will dirty the well. He will poison the water with that degeneracy, knowing that I'm not going to refuse the super chat and I'm going to have to read it because that's how it works. But
he just comes in, throws out his little catchphrase. He's like Mr. Hanky the Christmas poo. Just back taco. Back taco, everyone.
He clearly just likes to jump and to derail the stream. That's all he's doing.
Well, that's his thing, and you see, right now we're feeding into it by talking about like
I know,
can take over any stream. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not, and yeah, but you realize the result is us shitting all over you.
I was about to say it's because you're a car wreck, dude.
Like, he's gonna get hammered to anime Matsuri and get a tattoo of it on his back.
Is anybody gonna be there to film that?
No, he's gonna get it on his fucking face.
You've seen his Fortnite character, right? The fucking taco skin he's got.
No,
Yeah.
What is it?
I
don't know.
Taco Man.
It's a taco skin. It's a taco man.
yeah,
It does this little
Taco
dance
Man.
that with tacos in the air, and he loves that thing so much.
Sorry about that, fellas. I almost died just now laughing like one of those cartoon weasels from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It was bad. It was bad. It's like I almost had to come in here be like Mike Myers back in the day. I'm getting for Klimt. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Demi's back taco. Discuss.
Well, I mean, he took over the stream again, but it's just because we're destroying you for it.
It's like,
and I know, and you know what? I would wager that he's gonna clip some of this or one of us from something. He's gonna weave it into his 20-minute goddamn intro on Ballbusters, and then he's gonna start the show, be all smiles, and we're all gonna be sitting like this.
Oh, I know.
Hey, the first time he did that was epically hilarious.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, maybe not for you guys, but for those of us just
we were
watching,
stuck in the
really
back
funny.
for that crap. It's like
You're stuck in the back, huh?
Yeah, literally another fucking hostage situation.
That was. I mean, you say what you will about Dermy, that boy knows how to troll.
Yes,
All right,
he
Mustang.
does.
Gotta go.
No, not me. Jed.
That's me.
Oh, you. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just saw the last one. All right, Jed. Go have fun on CobraCast.
Yeah. Jeremy needs my help. Sorry I didn't, contribute to the story or the stream at all, besides making things really gay for a moment there. I feel like Jeremy right now, and I feel dirty.
I feel dirty.
But
All
you
right.
have fun. I'll see you guys later.
All right, later, dude.
Later,
man. All right, back to beating up on Dermy. The worst thing about that first one he did is the fact that a lot of us were actually there for it. Live. We were in the panel. We were there and it's just making us relive it.
Well, the next day, so we're doing my Saturday show the next day, and Ryan comes on, and he's like, I can't believe that son of a bitch. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, oh, he did this thing. So he brought it up and had us sit through like a fair portion of that whole intro where he was complaining that whole time. And I was cracking up, and I was like, so after the show, I was like, I have to go watch this now. You know that, right? So I did. I text him back, and I'm like, dude, this is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
I think, and again, and I'm going to give Dermy props. The best one is the week after we made him shave on
oh
stream.
man,
and we got the
panel
glorious
with blacked out windows.
And we got actually I have it on my desktop because I make sure I have backups of it. And we got and we got this. Let me full screen it. Here we go.
When he shaves, he looks a bit like a very young John Wayne Gacy.
I mean, we got this, and I am so proud of this moment because I walked him into it. I said, we had him shaving, and I said, don't shave the mustache. And everybody said, yes, don't shave the mustache. And then I said, Dermy, look into the camera. And he did. And then Raster just goes, thank you.
It looks like a police mugshot.
And that's why I did it, because I knew it was going to last forever. And now we have it.
Dermy, if you're out there, if you're listening, dude, you have to be Pogo the Clown for Halloween.
And I mean, and yes, and I'm going to say this: congratulations, Dermy, on your continued weight loss, because this was him when he started. Before he started, so good job on that, dude. And you're doing it the good way. You're not doing it the way I did it. Get sick for 2 weeks and don't eat. That was not fun. That was one of the best ones where we had to watch him shave again, and we were all giving him instructions on what to do, and he falls in. Now, unfortunately, he's getting better about that. He's not listening to the things we say on the stream. Like when I say, Dermy, look in the camera, he's like, no, I'm not gonna look at the camera.
Oh my god, he got clowned so much on Vets Talking on Skin.
I heard about what happened there. I don't know what happened. What happened?
Oh, he was getting bashed on pretty hardcore. I guess because I got feeling real nice. I guess I was kind of took Raster's spot a little bit. I was kind of drilling into him pretty good. But even Mike, the veteran, from Adams VFW or whatever, he got some good pot shots in that Dermy too. And at one point we full screen Dermy, and he's just sitting there like taking it like he's like holding his lips shut like he wants to say something. And Mike was like, he's like, I see you're holding your lips shut. He's like you want to say something. He's like, but if you open your mouth and say it, it's probably gonna be stupid. And so it's like, Dermy
laughing.
Dermy loses it. It was really funny.
Oh, did Dermy tell you he had to remove the hamster song from that stream though?
Did he?
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
He got claimed. He had to take that whole part out. That was so good.
It wasn't even that long. We only listened to like probably 20 seconds of it, right?
That's enough.
No, we listened to the whole thing, but we stopped it like 8 or 9 times.
It doesn't matter. Music will always get the claim. It doesn't matter. It's the dumbest thing in the world, but that's what happens. Well, either way, I mean, God bless Dermy. Dude takes it like a champ, and he rolls with it, and he understands his role in this, and that it's his job.
Yes, I can take it in the face.
It's his job.
I thought for a second he showed up. I looked away and all of a sudden I heard him. I'm like, oh God, where is?
No, I made sure that I had that clip. I think it was either Devil or Alf that made sure I had this when I asked for it. No, I made this one. You guys sent me a different one. No, I made sure that I put this one. You guys sent me the whole thing, and then so when you sent me the whole thing, and then I made sure that I had this because I'm never letting this go.
I can take it in the face.
I think there's a buddy of Ryan and ours. I don't know if you guys know who he is, Shadow of Hawk, who does some streams with us sometimes.
Oh man, that kid.
And that kid takes so much shit for us that I am absolutely certain that he gets down on his knees and prays to his God every night in thanks and gratitude for Dermy's existence because it gives him a break.
And here's the thing: in high school with my friends, I was the guy that got shat on all the time. I was because I could just take it. I'd play into it. I'd say some of the dumb shit, or I'd do the stupid, I do stupid actions. But so I understand that some people can take it and some people can't. And Dermy does take it like a champ. He takes it like a champ. And if we didn't do it, that I think would be also telling us, like, if we didn't just razz him, that would be worse because then we'd just be ignoring him because then we wouldn't care what he have to say. But what he says is gold.
I think he dishes it out pretty good too.
Oh well, yeah, Dermy can deliver a good counter punch. He can.
Yeah, he's and that's kind of essential to this sort of back and forth. You got to be able to dish it and take it.
Yeah. And or when it's Raster, you just let it happen because it's going to happen. You're not.
You just lie back and don't fight it.
Yeah. Don't fight it. He's going to get you. He's going to get you.
You're just like, you know what? Cosby me up. I don't want to remember nothing.
That's why earlier I said I loved it during the weeb down where I mentioned it was stream only a couple of us here where I was laying it was towards the end and I was laying it in pretty thick and at one point I said you're trying to slot it in and I know you're not used to finding a clean hole. I don't know where that joke came from. That joke, it's one of those ones where like I told you the joke just descends upon you and you just say it. I found it and as I finish Raster stops the whole thing and says I gotta stop it. Adam gets 10 points just for cleanly and perfectly using that joke. I'm like,
yeah, don't you love those jokes when something just triggers in your head, you say it and you're all like, man,
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, I remember I was in school one time and some dude was harassing the shit out of me. He's all like, you know what, your mother's big and round. I said, your mother's small and square.
That's a great one. It's that thing. I mean, that's why to me, what just sort of tangenting away. We beat up on Dermy enough, I think. That's why finding a good rhythm on a stream with a panel is so important real quick because some of us with jokes, like with me, with my humor, it's in the moment. And I have like a fraction of a second to land it because if it goes more than a couple seconds away, whatever the comment was will be gone and my joke's going to be missed. So when it's a great rhythm, like with all of us and all the different panels and stuff we do together, if that rhythm isn't there and I can't I can't feel the flow of everybody else and know, do I have the window to get in there? You have to know thread it. And that's what makes for good chemistry on these panels that we all cross-pollinate and run. You know when it works, you know when it doesn't. And the fact that we can all get those jokes in sometimes or land them, it makes it perfect because it's genuine, it's real, it's authentic, it's not planned. Like sometimes I'll plan a bit. I'll set a bit up or I have a bit planned and I'm waiting for the opportunity. And sometimes I'm the one that's going to set it up. I'll bring up a crazy ass tweet and I know it's going to happen. I know at one point, because again, you stream with enough people long enough, you know when they're going to react to it. You know when they're going to say that one thing is like, oh, well then here it is. And you can land that joke. But that's the beauty of this stuff. And I think to bring it back to an older topic, why all these panels that we're on and bigger channels, we are the new form of entertainment.
Entertains the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I watch more YouTube than anything.
Yeah. I mean, we're the ones that are. It's real time. It's always fresh. We're always going to have. We have our running gags, and it doesn't take long to understand the running gags sometimes because we replay them on video clips. But people can get involved, and then they join the laugh. I mean, you look at some of the bigger channel jokes, the 199 stuff, or as liking that dude with the tits. So that one's I think that one's finally run its course. I haven't heard an as liking that dude joke for a while. So that one might have finally run its course.
Still play the crying game on FNT.
Oh yeah,
yeah, which is
but the super chats have died down.
Yeah,
I think and much time I believe to Az's joy, because I've heard from through the rumor mill that he really was getting tired of it.
Oh well, in his defense, I didn't know that was a dude either. When I first watched it, I had no idea.
Here's the thing: when I did that, and I was reviewing it. First?
I did finish first.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, what?
Sean Connery's dead.
I know, right?
But here's the thing: when I saw that in that episode with all the other tits in the episode, when I was doing my review, I almost said, "Oh, those tits are nice," but there was just a little voice in the back of my head that said, "Don't do it, don't do it," and I listened to it. Because I guess I felt it, but I didn't quite make the connection that it might be a dude. And then when that came out that week, what?
Like I felt it in my pants.
Hey, man, Adam, if she's got an apple, she's got a banana.
Hey,
38 seconds later.
Last night on Saturday Night Drive-In, I caught myself because we're doing A Few Good Men. See, I just walked into it. See, you have to be very careful.
Few Good Men.
We're watching and discussing A Few Good Men for next week, and in previous streams I've said Jen and we're going to be doing A Few Good Men, and last night I kept myself from doing it without hamming it up right there as a joke. But I caught myself last night. I realized, shit. I'm gonna do it again. It's funny. It's funny when you walk that stuff, but the She-Hulk thing, something told me not to make that joke or not to comment on the chick's tits, and then that week on FNT, there you go. And I'm like, wow, I dodged a bullet on that one.
Well, I have to be honest. I think that the liking the trans tits in that show is probably the least of the problems with that. So with that whole entire watch through, because wow, what a piece of garbage.
Oh, I lost it on that final episode. I was watching it, and normally my reviews for those were about between 20 and 35 minutes, either equal or slightly longer than the episode. When that final episode dropped and the reveal of the Feige bot, I lost it. My review was 5 minutes of me ranting and just full of hate and rage that they had trolled us for 8 weeks to get to that. And
and they definitely changed that fucking finale too.
Yeah.
That goes right back into what you're sorry, Devil. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just
I was just gonna say that goes right back into what Adam was just saying about us being the new entertainment. This is why I can't necessarily, I get like with some of the writers and some of the actors who are striking, with Hollywood going down in flames. I get that there are people who are getting hurt by this who don't deserve it. I understand that, but at the same time, we are now their direct competition.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get behind them because it hurts me. It hurts my bottom line. It hurts your bottom line. I mean, like we are the new entertainment, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, and they really don't like it, which is one reason that they're always taking pot shots at all of us all the time.
Yeah, video killed a radio star. This is the same shit playing out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at us. We're all in rooms. I'm in a room in my apartment here. It's not a large apartment. There's 2 more rooms to this apartment. It's not very big. My overhead is me. I don't. We talked about this earlier. I don't do scripts generally. I don't do scripted videos. I rarely do them. It's when I really have maybe something overall commentary, and it's all just going to be visuals without me on camera. I sit down and I go, or we start up the stream and we go. I know what we're going to talk about. But that's it. That's all it takes. I don't need somebody feeding me shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do scripts at all. I literally, my script is in my head, and it just kind of, I just kind of talk about what I think about stuff. That's it. I just turn the camera on and go.
Yep.
And honestly, it's more entertaining that way. It really is. Like just from a consumer or a customer rather's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, now do I do? Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, there's an authenticity to it that you're not going to get from something that's scripted.
Yeah. Now, do I do multiple takes? Yeah, of course I do, because sometimes usually I might bobble a word, halfway through, and it's in a moment where I can't edit it out, or I can't drop in a quick clip to fix it, or maybe I forgot something in the overall scheme of what I'm talking about. But I'll maybe go through. It's usually in that first 2 minutes where you're trying to find the rhythm, especially if it's the first video of the day and you don't have your rhythm at all yet. Or like last week when I started coming back, I hadn't done anything for 2 weeks, so I had no flow, no nothing. And my first video coming back from being sick last week, it was like 45 minutes before I found my rhythm of looking at the camera, talking, and keeping it on track and not tangenting. And then it comes back. But like Ryan said, I sit down and I go. I know what I'm going to talk about, and I know where I'm going to go, and I'm going to touch on my points. And if everything goes the normal flow of the rhythm, somewhere between 9 and 15 minutes will have gone by, and then there's the video. Edit it up, spice it up a little bit, maybe drop in a clip, throw some headlines in there, or maybe drop in a picture, switch it out. Mix it up, make it interesting. As interesting as I can do it with what I have at my disposal for editing software. But then that's it. But we can be quick. We can be fresh. We can go for almost 4 hours tonight, and we haven't missed a beat as we've gone from the couple of plant topics I have, or we've just segued into discussions. And it's entertainment.
My biggest reason for doing a script for mine is, doing the old shows, you kind of have to, because they were a decade long. But the other thing is, I've seen something happening lately that I want a paper trail. And it's YouTube is hitting people saying you're using reused content, recycled content from your own channel. I want that paper trail. So if I ever do get monetized and they say I did, I can, and I do have an attorney. And I have no problem saying, here, go get them.
Now, explain. Go ahead, Ryan. Then I'm going to ask a question. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, part of me is wondering if that's like, if they've been screwing with the fucking algorithm or something.
Yes.
And
Always.
And the bots are, and of course the fucking bots are clipping people on that and just taking them down. I'm wondering if it's a mistake.
So let me ask you this, because I'm seeing this because, again, this started while I hate to keep reusing this as a phrase. This started while I was sick, so I was out of it. And I don't know, this reuse content thing that are dinging channels. I'm confused by this, because that wasn't a thing a month ago when I was before I disappeared.
Yeah, it's the thing that's been confusing me too, because I get maybe the copyright issues, fair use issues if you're using someone else's content, even if you're playing along with fair use rules. I understand sometimes that's just not going to go your way, but why the fuck is reusing your not that many people do it anyway, as far as I can tell. But even if you were using your own content, it's your content. Right? So why is there an issue?
Because this is what my understanding, because I've been doing a lot of research on it. A lot of channels are taking content that they've already made, videos, whatever. They're putting it into a new video and just putting new words to it. So it's like they're not doing it. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, my other channel, for you guys that don't know, I run it's an aquarium. It's aquariums, dart frog, stuff like that. And a lot of those channels, they've been hit because they are taking stock footage or B footage that they've used before and putting it in there, and the algorithm is somehow catching it and saying you're not being creative. How are you not being creative?
That's not exactly like that. That seems like a semantic thing where they're just using it to fuck people over.
And they are, and what they're doing is, I know that they stopped showing your ad revenue. And I know for sure, I have two friends of mine that run extremely large channels, and they both have told me the same thing. They have lost 20% of the revenue when they stopped showing that because they couldn't see how much they were getting.
That seems so stupid, because they're still able to sell advertisements on reused content. People are still going to watch it, which is the whole point of the advertising.
Oh, they're still going to make their money on your content.
Yeah.
They're just not going to make
nothing more than a rerun on TV.
They're acting like we're employees or something. They're all like, you're not producing.
It's like
and it's
Hollywood
all like, wait.
And the networks use fucking stock footage all the damn time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't see that as any different.
I mean, the Weather Channel's been caught using footage from other things.
I mean, it sounds like it's combined with, like you guys said, the algorithm when they monkey with it. I mean, we all remember earlier in the year when they started the whole shorts crap. When they tied that in, it destroyed smaller channel algorithms. I lost so much traction that I had been struggling to hold on to because I wasn't doing shorts. Therefore, the algorithm wasn't pushing my channel as hard. And we're first now, like 8 months later, it's sort of self-correcting again. It's not the algorithm seems to be behaving a little more normally when it comes to channel recommendation. But every time they mess with the algorithm, smaller creators like us, we feel it instantly because we need every little sub, every little view we have to get the algorithm's attention, every little comment, every little like to get its attention. Whereas the bigger channels,
you guys get comments.
Well, here's a kick, Adam. How many times have I been removed from your channel? I'm a freaking mod.
Five,
at least 5 that we know for sure of, and because they say they're removing bots. I'm not a bot. I'm his fucking moderator. I'm his admin on his Discord.
Yeah, and I have one guy, one of my regulars commenters, come into said a couple of days ago, I haven't got any notifications for you doing videos now, and this is when I came back last week, and I just simply said, algorithm forgot me, I think, while I was out for 2 weeks. Just try unsubbing and resubbing. That might fix it.
That's what works.
We've heard. That's the only thing that works. But it's they monkey with it. They don't tell us. And again, like for a larger channel, they'll feel it a little bit, but because they have such a large subscriber base, and granted, we know for a fact that, just for example, because he just hit the 800K mark, Gary has 800,000 subscribers. About, I would say, probably 45% of that watches, and that's what you get. You don't your entire subscriber count.
I don't have time to watch most of his shit most of the time.
Well, yeah, that's it. But what I'm saying is, your subscriber count is great for the algorithm, but you're not getting all 800,000 people. I'm not getting all. I'm not getting all 2,600 people that are still subscribed to me every video. I'm lucky if I get a couple hundred. Right, I'm lucky if I get 100 to 200 right now. Just because the algorithm doesn't like me for whatever reason these days. Frankly, it hasn't liked me since Obi-Wan. That was the last major traction I had. So whenever they monkey with it, we feel it, but the bigger channels, they won't feel it because they're going to have that dedicated 35 to 50% that are always going to watch, no matter what. And it's just rough, man.
Also, on top of that, too, the weekend purge is a real thing. When they're jacking you on your subscribers between, about, I think it's like Thursday night through like Monday evening, you'll lose anywhere from like 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever.
And when we're this small, we see it every time. I've been hovering between. I've broken even from Friday right now. I'm exactly where I was Friday. I went up a couple, went down a couple, went up, got real close to to going down another level. Nope, here a couple more, and it's just it happens on all channels. But when you're at our level, we see it instantly, and it's just like, but we understand it, and
I despise it though. I hate it so much.
I hate it. It's like but I put it in its place, and I just say, okay, just end the day. At a certain point of the day, I don't look anymore. I stopped looking. Like if we weren't streaming right now, I usually shut down looking at around 11 p.m., 10:30. I don't look anymore. It's like, that's it. I'm done. Tomorrow morning is when I'll resume, make new videos, get things going, and just it's a new day. But at this point right now, it's just I'm forced to look at it because we're streaming and I'm checking and I'm making sure everything's still moving about in the studio. And it's like, great, thanks YouTube. You just took away my net gain for the day. Thanks. Okay, fine.
Yeah, my I call it my main channel. But it's my it's really not. My monetized channel, it picks up subscribers on its own without me even. I haven't posted that thing in a while, and I need to. Once I get this move over with,
once potato internet's gone.
Yeah, I don't have as bad a potato internet tonight, but it's still kind of potato. But no, it's ridiculous because the channel I'm on the most, like I literally hovered. I would go like, oh, all of a sudden I'd be like, 421, then 417, then 422, then 4. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? I finally broke 430 over the weekend because I don't know. Finally, they decided I wasn't. They weren't grumpy at me anymore. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, go ahead.
I've been in a holding pattern around 170 for the last fucking month.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
and I'm not monetized. I'm not necessarily. I could be nice, but it's really not the goal. And I actually like having a small audience because I can connect with them. I getting to know them. They're part of my conversation. You know, whereas you get like Geeks and Gamers or Nerdrotic, they've got 15,000 live viewers. I can't keep up with that shit, and it makes it very hard to include them in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that about having a small channel. I mean, sure, monetization would be nice, but it's not really my end goal, which frees me up to do a lot of
keep up with G&G.
Mhm.
I'm just going to be flat out honest. Even the Discord, there are days that I'm in there and I'm like, I can't keep up with some of this shit.
Yeah. But you know, it's so like there is a bit of a balance there. I guess I'm trying to strike a little bit, but I would, you know, it's nice. It's a nice little endorphin boost when you see that number go up, but then the next day you see it drop fucking 10 points further.
Listen, I'm so grateful that for the week and a half, 2 weeks that the channel went dormant, that I somehow maintained my just over 2,600 subs, that it didn't below again, because that's one of the most frustrating things when it changes how it appears. I think when it's above something and then suddenly it drops below your that next level up, and it's just like, oh man, I was there. Why'd you take it away from me? So I am very thankful that somehow the channel maintained the plateau.
Right.
While 2 weeks, but now I've been back 2 weeks and I'm still there. It hasn't really.
Yeah, well, a good friend of mine who I actually started as a commenter in her chat, and then she modded me at one point, and now suddenly I'm the head of all of her mods, and I run all the backroom shit for her when she streams. Somehow I ended up being a producer from a guy who liked a few things she did. But anyway, her first channel, she's on her second channel. She's pretty close to 500 subs with the second channel, but the first one was at 38K.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it was at 38K for 3 years. Every
With
time it was actually
in.
at like 37 point whatever K. Every time she went over 38K, she'd lose 200 subs that day.
Jeez.
Every single time. Eventually they nuked her. And they started pulling videos from like 4 years ago saying that, oh, well, this is bad, you know, took it down.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a channel strike. And, you know, I mean, they were fucking with her pretty hard. And then eventually they nuked that channel.
That's so frustrating. You should not be able to yank from people's shit 4 years ago because it's like the rules were different.
Well, they didn't have any reasonable anything to go after her with. And so they started fucking with her that way. And, you know, like, you know how it is. You get 2 channel strikes. If you get that third, you know, so they would wait until one of them was gone, or they'd remove one and then they'd strike her again just to fuck with her.
I remember when she was dealing with that.
I mean, prior to starting my channel, I watched for a year, basically. When I knew it was coming, when I knew that I wasn't going to get published through Legacy Publishing anymore, and I was going to have to start the channel to build a subscriber base and build a fan base for what I want to do with writing, I carefully watched all the major channels across our sphere, just learning, listening, understanding how to play this game that we play, this tightrope we walk every day, every week, every month. And it's just it's rough.
There is
speaking
nothing.
in code all the time, knowing when to say something when not saying something, and it's I mean, you guys have heard the story. When I was getting monetized, took me 3 tries. It took me 90 days to get monetized because the first time, no, second time, no, but they don't tell you why. They don't tell you what's wrong. So I kept doing self purges, and finally, it right when it came around to the last round, that before it happened, I thought, okay, I have cleaned this channel up so many times. My first half a year videos are all gone. Questionable stuff is gone. What can I do? And I looked at my biggest videos at the time, my Wheel of Time reviews. That was what got me my major traction. That is what pushed me over 1,000 subs. That is what, or at least got me really close. That's what got me over 4,000 hours of view time. And I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to take a chance and say that something about these reviews, because they're my biggest thing, is something wrong. So I downloaded each one. I archived them on my computer here for safety. I took them all down, and then I hit the please monetize it button. Within a day, monetized. But I lost my biggest traction videos that the algorithm would see, showed me that my channel was receiving traffic and people were interested. Now those, I re-uploaded them, but I lost thousands of views, hundreds of comments, hundreds of likes, because I was one of those guys that was proven right that it was going to be shit. So people who hated it, who were real fans of Wheel of Time, who liked seeing somebody stand up to it, all their work, all their support for me gone. And that was a major blow, because I knew, and I know since then that was one of the things that's been rough about me with the algorithm, that ever since then it's been rougher since I had to take those down, and they'll never get the same traction. Maybe season 2, maybe that'll see a resurgence to those reviews, but it was rough and it hurt. But there's nothing to do. But that's the YouTube game.
It's because the algorithm doesn't like it when you delete stuff either. And technically, you know, as G&G found out, just because you delete something doesn't necessarily mean that it's been deleted on YouTube's end. So you can still get hit for something that you've deleted from your channel, but it's still technically in the database.
That's actually one of the reasons that I keep to a fairly rigid schedule as to start times for shows. And aside from the fact that those are the times I have available to do them, but it's because even unmonetized as I am, you know, like the people who watch my stuff, they know I will be online at this time.
Yep,
they know that because they're not getting
regularity
notifications. They're not getting notifications. It's not coming up in the feeds, you know, lately, and you know, and I've heard that from a number of people already. And I'm just like, I can't do anything about the fucking notifications, guys. I'm sorry. So this is what I will do. You know, I will be here at this time. My panel will be live at this time. You can always find us here on this channel at this time. Type my name into the fucking YouTube search engine. I'm the only one. You know, I'm the first one that comes up because I'm the only one.
Yeah, I mean, on my about page, I have my schedule, and Legatus is always on me to make sure I correct times when I change it. Like, I think I need to correct the time for this show, because now I've settled on 8:45 on Mondays after experimenting for a month on finding a spot, and I think it's a sort of sweet spot. I'm okay with it right now. So, but that's why on my about page, I have all the times of my major streams posted, and I haven't changed. We only one we really changed in the past several months. Myself. The only one we really changed the past few months was Saturday Night Driving, because people were saying it's starting too late. And Jed and I both agreed we'd like it a little earlier. So we adjusted it. We played around with it for a month, and we settled on 6 p.m. Eastern. And now that's it. So, you know, every week, like with you, Sam, I'm going to start 8:45. Mellow Mondays is going to start. Wednesdays, 7:30. Natural 20 is going to start. When it comes back, Thursdays, once a month at the end of the month, Anime Odyssey will start at 7:30. We'll be back then. Fridays, I let everybody know I'm going to be over at Dermy's for Ballbusters. Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern, Saturday Night Drive-In, and Sunday, 2 p.m. Roundtable. And a lot of the times I chose those times because when I first started doing the shows, there was not a lot of activity in our sphere. But now, since then, of course, every one of these days is massively crowded now. This night, massively crowded. Wednesdays now crowded. Saturday, not
Saturday's
so much.
pretty. It depends on what you
look like. There's always EFAP, but you can't fight EFAP. You can't fight EFAP.
Well,
EFAP's
even with the smaller channels, man, the meme stream butts right up against the beginning of my show, and then right after that, you've got half a dozen other things that start, including fucking Flashcast, which, you know, numbers wise kicks my ass.
I purposefully make sure when I scheduled the Saturday show, I didn't want to go up against Flashcast.
Yeah, my show's earlier than Flashcast, and the other show that I work on Saturday nights is in a different sphere entirely. So there's no crossover. So
now the worst for me is the fact that Sunday, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. was a very wide open, nothing else. Now I have constant competition, and now even the Sunday Fun Day with Az, Quarter Black, X-Ray Girl, they moved that up. They used to start at 4 or 3. Now it starts at 1 before we even get going on Roundtable. So it's like, great.
Mm-hmm.
We're up against that, but I have to accept it because I'm not changing that time slot. Because people, and I asked the chat and everybody that they like it in that mid-afternoon because it's and we usually keep it to 2 hours. We don't generally go too far over it, and it's there. It's been there for almost 2 years now. It's been in that time slot, so we're not going to move it. And everybody likes it on Sunday because it's that real end of the week recap of what's going on. And with all these movie releases, we are in that unique position where we can give you the full weekend numbers that afternoon. So it really adds to the conversation.
Well, you got to keep in mind too, like, I mean, once you've got your time slots set in, it's like you can't worry too much about what the bigger shows are doing. Your audience will come to you. And honestly, there are only so many hours in a fucking week. So like you got to settle on something at some point.
Yeah. You can't worry about it. The biggest thing is just don't compete. My whole thing was just stay out of the way of FNT. Stay out of the way of once upon a time on Thursdays I streamed at 4 p.m. but then open bar started and I realized I'm gonna be flexible. I don't need to keep it there. I need to start at 4. Frankly, I liked moving it to later in the evening because it allowed me to eat dinner first before I got into the game, whatever game I'm playing. But it's just stay out of the way of the bigger shows is my philosophy. And hopefully one day I reach a level of a large show where people are saying, "Oh, I don't want to schedule myself up against this." But you build the audience and you just go with it. And you're right. You can't care if other things start popping up at your time slot. You can't keep monkeying with it. Right. Because then that disrupts the entertainment of the people who are used to you being on that.
Yeah, if you throw the schedule off, if they're set on a schedule, they know you're going to be a certain place at a certain time. And then, like we moved Abyssal Musings from Thursday nights to Friday nights. We did that for IRL reasons. It had nothing to do with other stuff. But it took us probably the first month of that before we started seeing the old numbers again.
Yeah, I mean. For me, the only thing that is randomized is when I do video game streams. That can get a little random because sometimes I'll feel like, okay, I'm just going to fire this up this side. I don't care what it's on.
I'm going to start game streaming while Dermy's on.
So it's like and right now I need to redo. I mean, I was supposed to put a poll in the chat tonight. I forgot. I need to kind of reassess game streams because some things we started playing right before I got sick. I've been playing them on my own now while I'm in recovery. It's because I want to play something. I can't say. I mean, I've been playing Final Fantasy 16 on my own, and I'm apparently 62% through the game right now, and only 24 hours of playing. I'm getting a little nervous because I was told it would be like 100 hours if I did everything. So I'm hoping the game kind of breaks open soon to give me even more stuff to do. I'm enjoying it. Don't get me wrong, but I want more to do. So, but now I have to reorganize some of the gaming stuff and how I approach it because I worry because right now and those who are still here who are regulars for the game streams, God of War Ragnarok's been on the shelf for 3 months now almost. I think
I was one of the first to do that one.
You both spoke at the same time. I didn't hear anything.
Finish it and just put it in the members section.
I see. Here's the thing, though. I started it public, so I feel like that's not fair to people who are watching it in the public.
And finish it public, but get it over with.
Well, the thing is, I don't want to play it because I'm enjoying other games more. That was the problem. Hogwarts Legacy came out, and I liked Hogwarts Legacy more than playing Ragnarok. And then I started playing it, and then something else came out, and then something else came out, and then we got into the Zelda thing, and now we're at FF. And in about a month, we're going to be at Armored Core 6. And then after that, we're going to be in Spider-Man. So
here's the thing about building a business as somebody who's done it. If I worried about my competition or what other people that are like me are doing, I would have never been able to retire at 45. Do your thing and only your thing and stop worrying about what other people are going to do.
I just, I've, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I've just been since I started this. I've just been spreading myself so thin. I don't know how I'm supposed to. I'm to the point where I'm actually thinking about stopping memeing, which really is, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing.
Do
When
what you enjoy.
When I started, I didn't even think about streaming. All I did was videos. It was 8 months before I did my first live stream, and then I kind of got talked into it by my original partners on Roundtable. Also because I thought they were a real channel and they weren't. So they didn't really bring anything into, not only as quality co-hosts, but they were terrible they were terrible live. These two brothers, they were horrible. But at the same time, also they didn't bring anything for me because I thought we'd move back and forth from channel to channel. And where we had a few people show up to mine. When we went to their channel, nobody showed up. So we were talking to the wind. And it was just, I realized, okay, this streaming thing's going to be pretty hard. It's going to take some work. And it took a while to get Roundtable. And then just as we started finding some traction, the dudes bailed on me literally 5 minutes before a show. Talking about, we don't like talking about negative things. We don't want to, we just want to talk about positivity. Yeah.
A bunch of losers.
Yeah. So they ditched me. And I had to go live and just say, yeah, hi, those of you who've been watching us. I gotta shelve the show for a little bit because my co-hosts have left. And I didn't go into it publicly. Now I will because I'll shit all over those guys, a couple of piss ants. But I'm not gonna say who they are. And I've since deleted those streams, so there's no record of those shows anymore. But then within 2 weeks, I started reaching out. Trying to find request co-hosts, and our pal Grumpy Old Gamer, he said, I'll help you out. I'll come on. And I said, great. Why don't you come on my other show that I created, Natural 20, hang out with me, and we'll see if we click. And we clicked, and Grump came on, and we restarted Roundtable. And then Dragon Lady also said, replied to my basically my audition request. She came on, and then we restarted, and we got it going. And then then I met Jed, and I said, and after about 2 weeks, I said, Jed, will you join me on the Roundtable? He's like, yeah, sure, why not? Be fun. And then Dre reached out to me and said, dude, I like what you're doing. Can we work together on some collaborative videos? And I said, great. Why don't you come on Natural 20 and we'll get to know each other? And then 2 weeks later, I had him as a guest on Roundtable. I'm like, damn, this dude is YouTube fucking gold. I need him on the show. And here we are. We have the current panel as it is. And we've been now doing it together for, Jed and I, Grump and I have been doing it together for over a year. Dragon Lady just about the year too. Jed almost a year now. And Dre, about 8-9 months. And it's a thing. Now, we haven't grown the panel at all. We tried a couple times, didn't quite work. We're not that focused on guests anymore because I'm of the opinion right now. I don't feel I don't want to constantly rotating guests all the time because it kind of distracts, I think, from everything. If you're kind of worried about trying to get a guest all the time, if it happens to work out, sometimes great. I've had a couple of great guests. We've had Tom from Midnight's Edge. We've had Epic Mike. Had a couple others come on, and those were great shows. We also had great topics. Like we had Tom come on to talk Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The dude's like an S tier Turtles fan, so it was a really good show. But to Mustang's point, your point, you can't obsess about these things. You just got, if you have a good team, a good panel, you work at it. And then I like what I do here with Mondays and Wednesdays. I like putting out the link, and you guys show up or you don't, and you never know what the combination is going to be, and that makes it that authentic thing we were talking about, where we're just having conversations, and the different people that show up contribute in different ways, and you never know where it's going to go. And that's why we can go for over 4 hours right now.
That's what I do, man. That's all I do on my channel is have conversations with people.
Yeah.
And the guest thing is nice, and I've had some really good ones lately, but most of the time it's just people who are regulars on the panel, and it works, Like I've been streaming since I started. That's all I do is stream. I don't know how to make a video to save my goddamn life. You could put a gun to my head and I probably still couldn't do it. But I've met some great people and some people that I stream with regularly. Yeah. Ryan and I have been streaming together for since like January, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And I started doing it with a couple of other people that no one but myself had ever heard of, and we just started talking one day, and then we shifted some people around, and I got some other people I had met on there and all that, and eventually my initial co-host on that show and I decided we were going to do one on gaming, and so I reached out on Twitter one day to the Hijabi Gamer, who is not missed an episode since she was a guest. I mean, she's been with us. I think we hit 50. What was it? Episode 57 this week, and she's been there for 47 of them.
Nice
in a row.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I like keeping track of episodes. I mean, the roundtable count. It's an estimation because I deleted a bunch, so it's kind of an estimation.
Yeah. Oh, I number them because I'm terrible at keeping track.
Yeah, I do the same thing. So it's just easier.
Getting back to what Devil was saying, though, dude, I've seen your show. When you've got people on there and it's genuine, it's good and it's fun. Do what you enjoy and what is fun. That's what I told. I had employees that would come that work for me, and I'd ask Mary so often, "Are you having a turn?" Like, no, not really. I'm like, go find something that you're fun at, that you enjoy doing. If you do not enjoy your work, it's never going to be good.
That's why I left my last job, because it was just a job. I hated it. I hated going to work. I dreaded the drive to work every day, and it's like I don't want to do this anymore.
That's why I left the kitchen.
It's like I'm going to be stuck here forever, and I don't want to do that.
But to Mustang's point,
a career is not a job. A career is something you love.
Yep.
But yeah, to Mustang's point, Devil, what you're doing works.
Yeah.
It's great, man. It's you're starting off running, and I think you're probably going to go places pretty fast.
Yeah, and you do, and I think it's a great benefit that you've already collected a great group of people you can tap to come on. I mean, it's that's the benefit of everybody coming together like this. And I mean, if you had asked me a year ago that I'd be the majority of people I hang out with now are Legion of Memers, I was like, yeah, right. These are the guys.
Me too.
Yeah. These guys are constantly, they're not guests, but they're a essential element of what made FNT a thing. All the memeing, and you see these guys and all the funny shit they put up there. It's like, oh, those guys are funny. It'd be weird if they one day meme me, but it doesn't really register. And then suddenly, this little fucking weirdo named Dermy Wormy says, yeah, I'll join you on your anime show, because I was trying to expand my panel there. And suddenly he comes on, and again, God bless him, Derby and I just somehow we worked together immediately on Anime Odyssey. And then here he comes again. He's still in my chat, he's still talking, and then suddenly, hey, you want to come on and do this with me? And then suddenly I find myself hanging out with another Legion memer and another, and I realize, shit, I'm hanging out with the Legion of Memers.
Right.
Okay.
And Adam, you and I talked about this before. Dermy started in the same place I did around the same time I did, and he's fucking exploded. And the reason for that is because what he's doing is entertaining and it's fun, and he's doing it well.
Yeah. And so it's really cool when you can just say, hey, anybody want to come do this? And people go, yep. I mean, Alf put the thing out there 2 months ago. Does anybody want to do some Star Trek? And I said, yeah, I could do Star Trek. And here we are. I joined Engage, and even though I'm coming right off another stream into it, I'm fine. I'm ready to take a break from what I just, the 2 hours of roundtable. Yeah, we do positive things, but it's the critique of the week. So 60% of the show, I'm bitching about something. It's nice to then get up. I'll walk around for a few minutes, get the feeling back at my legs, and it's like, okay, let's dive in. Now we're just going to talk something fun for a couple hours, and it's great.
Yeah. That show's gotten more and more fun every time we do it.
I agree. Yeah. It's nice to review stuff that's actually fun.
And Devil, you're going to be with us, right, on that?
Yeah.
I think you're a great addition, and it's been good. I like where we're going with it.
Yeah, and the benefit of having a good organically growing panel is the fact that a topic that with just two people will take X amount of time to talk, but suddenly you add fresh voices or new voices or to people, suddenly then discussion will always grow. And that's something I really love about streaming.
Yeah, it's kind of exploded. Ryan, you remember this was months ago now, but I DM'd him in the middle of the night and I was like, "Hey man, have you seen season 3 of Picard?" And he's like, "Well, no."
Nope.
And I was like, would you be interested in watching it maybe and doing like a review, of the series and all that stuff? I was like, I figured he'd just binge it in one day and we'd just do a review. And he's like, yeah, we could probably do something like that. You know who has seen it is Horny Elf. I was like, fuck, ask him if he wants to come along. So we did, and we got in there and we were going to do the whole thing, and we just did the first episode. And we're just like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just do the whole season like this, do 10 weeks, whatever. And as we get further along, we created the chat, and Alf just kept bringing up more and more people, and he's like, hey, what do you think of this guy? And I was like, all right, bring him in, whatever. And now it's turned into this whole thing.
Yeah, because
we've got years of content ahead of us because we're going to be doing all kinds of shit, and it's exploded. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love it.
And at that point, I had done 2 shows with Alf talking about Picard. I'd done it on my channel because when it ended, I wanted to just put together a panel and talk about what we just experienced. And then Soldier Adam said, one night I get a DM from Raster. You want to come on a stream? Talk some Star Trek. Okay. And then I realized, okay, it's on Adam's channel. All right. And then I get on there, but I didn't have any idea what we were really going to do. And then suddenly there's me, Raster, and Adam talking about Picard season 3 for the second time in a week. I'm like, okay, I'm fine doing this. And then a week later, Alf says, yeah, engage. Well, we didn't call engage yet, but he said,
no, we hadn't named it yet.
Yeah, we hadn't named it yet, but he said, but I'll just say, you want to come on? We're doing a show. Want to come on and talk? I'm like, butts up against round table. But yeah, if you give me 10 minutes in between to take a quick break, yeah, I'm fine. And then it's just fun talking about this stuff. And I'm ready for TOS, and then I'm ready for the movies, and then I'm ready for TNG, baby. I want to just do it all. And it'd be fun to watch it all again because it's just that's the thing. It's going to be fun to watch it all again since there's nothing new coming out to watch.
No, there's not. And quite frankly, even if there was new stuff coming out, I mean, what do we really have that you can say that you're honestly excited about? I mean,
Reacher.
Yeah, we do have a season 2 of Reacher coming out.
And Terminalist. I mean, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, because everything else is Wheel of Time season 2, and and I mean, I'm excited for House of the Dragon when it comes out, but it's it's not till next year.
And I'm gonna die. I didn't do season 1, even though Mustang kept telling me to do it, but I just wasn't interested.
It was really good.
Well, yeah. But the thing is, now I'm gonna do it because I have no horse in the race when it comes to Germ and what he does. So I don't care if it's successful or not. So when I do season 2, I'm going to be literally the guy in the middle. I have no horse in the race. I don't care. So it's going to be a literal straight down the middle review, a take on it. So we're going to try that for season 2.
Well,
it's funny.
You know what else is good about it is not just that we're going to be doing Star Trek and watching it again. That's always good. I do it every year. I usually go through them all because, like I said, I got OCD about I have to watch everything. Like I said, really bad for James Bond movies. Holy shit!
See, I can skip the Moore era very easily. Except for Spy Who Loved Me. For Spy Who Loved Me, I can do that.
But also that we're getting to watch it with friends. And I've never gone to watch it with people because out of my family, I'm the only one who gives a crap about Star Trek. So it's now I'm getting to watch it and actually discuss it and actually talk about what I'm seeing and discuss stuff. And so that's going to be really interesting. And so,
yeah, plus all the gay jokes.
Yeah.
Season 1 of TNG, we're going to do so many Picard, Wesley gay jokes. It's going to be great. But see, that's the whole thing. Typically in my life, I'm a solo watcher. I don't watch things with other people. It's like my private time, just me. But with something like this, where it's just it's classic television now. We've all seen it so many times. This is different because we're going to sit down and we're going to relive joy is what we're going to do. And it's just going to be a good time.
Yeah.
And it's that same reason that I started Saturday Night Drive-In. Is because there has to be one moment in the week where we're not bitching about something and we're just talking about something fun. and engage is that same thing.
Well, it's good for your sanity, by the way.
It is. It's a good palate cleanser from all the garbage you guys have to watch every week to survive. But we've also, I mean, we have like a host of people waiting in the wings for specific treks too. I think Hijabi Gamer wants to join us for the original series, and and Deep Space Nine. We've got I think Ryan Reaper wants to come in at some point.
I can't wait to get to DS9. I can't wait to get there.
Yep. Soldier Spirit, who was actually, I think, supposed to be with us yesterday, but he was hungover as a motherfucker.
I wonder why.
Some of that was my fault.
But this is it's this is why we do this, and this is again why we are the new entertainment, because we're going to talk about stuff, and people are going to find us at different speeds. They're going to find us, and they're going to enjoy the authenticity of watching. Like Lagana says there, hey, lovely Sherry, hello to you. They're gonna,
Sherry.
They're gonna like us because they're gonna see the passion that we have, and they're gonna enjoy the discussions where we nerd out over this stuff, where we're going to say, man, this is the moment where this character became my favorite, or this is the moment where this show really completely grabbed me, and I was there every week back in the day waiting for an episode. That they're going to love those stories. They're going to love us reminiscing about all this stuff and our first times and this and that, because there's going to be so many stories of the first time I saw this episode as we go through this, just specifically say this Trek journey we're going to go through. It's going to be just for people as they come in to find us a joy to watch, and I'm looking forward to it. And I'll probably, I know you guys are doing it right now, I'll probably end up joining the simul stream thing once I work out all my notifications for Sundays, whether or not.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
That, practically speaking, the fact that we simulcast this to everybody's channel, to Ryan and my Twitter's pages, and probably other platforms at some point whenever I figure out how the fuck that works. All of our audiences will be able to see the show, and when they see the show, because this is a joint production, right?
Yeah.
When they see the show, they'll get introduced to new people, and maybe they'll wander over and they'll check out those other people's channels and stuff. And like rising tide lifts all ships. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I've said this in the past. Right now, we know who's at the top of our sphere, but they're not going to be there forever. Not because they're going to get canceled or they're going to suck. They'll just decide to say, okay, I've done enough. I don't feel like doing this anymore, and they will call it a day. There has to be.
Yeah, Gary's talked about retiring in the next 5 years.
Yeah, now me personally, I'm in this forever at this point, because my own channel is going to kind of be my my media wing of the small publishing company I would create. And I have so many books I have to write. I'm going to be doing this for decades, hopefully now, for the remainder of my life. But I also, like you guys said, like Mustang said, I love doing this. It turns out I have a grand old time doing this. It turns out I have a high tolerance for watching the garbage television that we have to suffer these days. I can take it, and I love destroying it. But also, I love this. This is why, and Mustang can attest to this, is why I created Mellow Mondays, so that we could do this, just hang out. And this is why I rebranded the show into a more nerd type discussion thing, when originally I wanted to do what Dermy ended up doing with the Ballbusters, degeneracy. I wanted to have silly degeneracy happen, but it didn't quite work out that way because I couldn't pull it off personally. I guess I can't quite craft it.
Well, you're not in the same level of the gutter as Dermy is.
Yeah, and also I'm not looking for chicks with dicks like Dermy does. So it's very I just can't think on that level. But
Dermy is the East Colfax of the internet. Ryan, will get that joke.
I know exactly what the fuck that means. Colfax, what a shithole.
Training hookers and gangbangers.
Yeah, I'm about to say, if you want to go to some of the bad parts of Denver, go to Colfax.
But what I can do is I can bring up some topics around some stuff. We can have a talk, and then eventually tangent off into just either really very laid back discussions over stuff where we have feelings on it, but we're not yelling and screaming. We're not amped up or adrenaline. We're just having a common discussion, or go down the nerd path on something and nerd out over something and realize an hour and a half has gone by and we've been talking about this particular franchise or this character or this game or this something, and we've just been chilling out, and the chat has just been chilling out with us. And that's what I wanted to do, chill stream. And that's when this show started in January. I said to Mustang, I don't know how to do a chill stream. What the fuck do I do when it how does this fucking work? And he just said, I don't know, we just talk. And I said, okay. And the first one I did was solo, and I wanted to look at old 80s toy commercials, and within half an hour YouTube shut the stream down because copyright.
Oh, so you got clipped.
I got clipped, and I had to turn it off and wait for the stream to cut. That was at that point where they changed the policy where they didn't kill your stream, they just shut you down for 2 minutes, and then you come back on. So we tried watching toy commercials from the 80s, having a joyous old time, and it didn't quite work.
I got bashed for watching like the Emmys or something like that. Watched the whole entire pre-show, and then it got like 36 minutes into it, the actual show itself. I was like, you're reviewing it, listening to the Hollywood weirdos, run their mouth. And that was the first warning strike I got on my channel. Yeah. And so now that warning is on there for good. So I don't do that anymore. I used to watch the award shows to listen to the ass clowns talk out, talk shit.
I've only ever gotten one warning, and it was for one of my very first thumbnails during the whole build up to Mass Effect Legendary Edition, where everybody was freaking out over the Miranda ass camera move. And I made a video about that, just saying, okay, here, this is what might happen, who knows. And I made a thumbnail of that actual scene with Miranda's ass just full out there. And I got a warning from YouTube. This is an inappropriate thumbnail. You need to change it. We're not going to give you a strike, but here's your only warning. And I thought, oh, okay, so that's how you're going to play this game. So I just redid it, and I threw a bunch of smiley faces over her ass or something and went with it. But that's the only time I ever triggered a warning from YouTube, other than copyright claims, which, I had to learn how to play that better. But
those don't bother me. It's when it irritates me when you're clearly doing something that is transformative. You have like like earlier tonight we were doing Game of Thrones, and you can't play it like on screen longer than like 20 seconds or you risk getting taken down.
Yeah, I mean, I took a page out of somebody else's channel that I came across at one point, and in my description, I cut and paste a paragraph in accordance with fair use, blah blah blah, on this day and this law. I just throw that in there every time, no matter what I'm doing, just in case. And
I have a pre-typed up statement that I've shared around a little bit. Samuel's got it.
I abuse it.
Yeah, I literally just copy and paste it every time I get a copyright claim where they, because so like tonight's Game of Thrones didn't get hasn't been blocked yet, but it says partially blocked. I'm assuming it's going to be in Russia. It's always in Russia, but if they don't take it down outright. But yeah, when it comes to Star Trek, Picard was getting taken down within like 20 minutes of ending the show.
Oh, they took us down live a couple of times early on.
We
on
were
both Brian's channel and mine. Yeah, we on a paused screen. They took our stream down and then brought it back up 2 minutes later. As I assume they were it was a warning or whatever. But and I've still got 2 episodes that are still outright blocked because I haven't appealed them yet. But
I got one that's still blocked.
But
too.
last night surprised me because it did get claimed, but it's still up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Most of the time when Paramount hits us with that claim, they take it right the fuck down.
Yep. I'm going to assume because it was because of the potato internet. It's the potato.
It could have been that, or it could have been maybe we're just getting better at it.
It's about it's finding you find the loopholes. Like I said, with Mordor Country, we found the loophole and it worked by the second show. And if you could it's about tricking the algorithm. It's all about tricking the algorithm.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that we're looking into about making that a little bit smoother. I've
always heard a famous thing is to reverse the image that tricks the algorithm, like a whole 180. that
reverse
does it.
image transparency, a transparent image kind of thing.
I do the transparency. I mean, that's what we did on Mortar Country. I would download the I said the bad word. I get my copy of it, and I would just transpose the logo for the show over it. But you could still see what's going on, but the logo is basically more prominent, and it tricked the algorithm like a charm.
You usually, depending on what you're reviewing, though, so the audio will get you a clip too, so it'll get you caught.
I lowered the audio to like this much, and it was mainly there for the. And thing is, when you got like 6 or 7 people and you're talking about it, people don't need to. People want to hear what we're saying. So, like with Rings of Power, they wanted to hear us ripping it apart, and if they could see what was going on, that was good enough. They didn't need to hear the show unless I had a prepared clip. Like, this is one of my favorite prepared clips. I'm going to switch brands again real quick. When we were doing it, because I had to have this on there because it made everybody cringe. You guys remember this one?
Ken.
Who is that? Commander of the Northern Armies. Calafia.
Yeah, we just had to make fun of them jizzing their pants over Guy Warrior Princess. I know. But it was great.
Literally, the look on my face literally changed when I'm like, I know exactly what clip this is.
I know. It's
I know you guys are
freaking bad.
I know you guys have nitpicked that to death, but there's no way she's like falling out of the saddle and bouncing back up into it wearing a full fucking suit of plate mail.
God, no.
I know. And then it's going, that's Guy Ladriel.
Well, when you talk about copyright, what happens come January 1st when everybody nails the mouse?
I'm
not going to worry about the mouse. I'll leave that to others. I mean,
I just saw a clip from the new Secret Invasion episode. I'm actually about 2 episodes behind. If you
still going,
it's still going. It's I believe they have I think there might be 2 more weeks left because it's 7 total episodes or something. And the show costs $200 million.
Gee, I wonder why they're going to lose $800 million this quarter on Disney Plus.
Yeah, no, I just can't figure it out.
Yeah. It's like they're spending money and they're not getting any return.
Legatus. The armor in that show and in Rings of Power is just everything about it is terrible.
Yeah, I can't.
Do not show the moob armor. Do not show the moob armor.
I don't have a moob armor pick. I don't have the armor.
So terrible. Morphin Clark. She's not a good actress. I haven't seen her in.
I never heard of her before this.
Yeah, I know.
There's a tempest in her.
She has a resting bitch face and, oh, looky, I'm riding a horsey.
Unless she's on damn, you got to the horse joke before I could. Looking for like, I got it in there.
She looks the way she grins on that horse when she's riding it. It's like, what is there? Something going in her ass? Like, what the hell is that?
What I loved is that that was everybody's thumbnail that day for our reviews. We all did it without. It was just like there was no other choice for the thumbnail because I got mine up within by late afternoon around 4 or 5. So I was one of the first. I got it up, but then mine's up, and then I see somebody else. I mean, I was like, oh, we all use the same thumbnail because it was creepy as fuck.
Well, how did you manage to have an actress who in a character that does not smile at all except for in that one scene? Like the rest of it, just nothing but a miserable. Just
I can make a couple sexual jokes, but I mean, maybe she can do something that's amazing. I don't know that the casting director said, "Oh wow, okay." It's just that woman is devoid of personality. She's devoid of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
She has 2 looks, 3. I think one of the jokes on Mortal Country was, which version of unhappy is this? Is this 4 or 5? We can't quite tell. Checking the eyebrow being raised. I don't know. And
which version of resting bitch face?
Yeah, I would say this is going to be that this would probably be a hot take, but she's worse than Brie Larson is in personality.
Oh yeah, I'd say
I've
that's
seen
not
I've
the
seen
worst.
Brie Larson in things other than Captain Marvel. The woman can act. She just generally doesn't.
Yeah, like I actually genuinely thought that she did a decent job in Kong Skull Island.
Yeah,
I
she was
actually
good in that.
I like that movie. And I'm just like, what the hell was the choices that were made for Captain Marvel? And of course, now we're getting the Marvels too, where they're trying to give her a little personality in it.
Yeah, that is one thing I am not going to dip into because I was done talking MCU with She-Hulk. That was it. I was done. It's just if I'm not going to go see the movie, there's no point. And I'm not going to see that.
I won't pay money to see it, but I'll do what I usually do.
I'm all right. Yeah, there is. I mean, I could do what I did with the Flash. I guess it depends at the time. We'll see how things look in October, I think, or November. Is it November? November?
Yeah, it's November.
Right before Thanksgiving, I think.
It's literally that movie is sandwiched between Dune Part 2. And then it comes out the next weekend, and then of course the weekend after that is the Hunger Games prequel. And even though, it's like some people are like, "Oh, great, a Hunger Games prequel," right? You know, but at least that
There's still going to be a bunch of people going to see that.
Still going to be.
I wonder about that one.
Give me Godzilla.
I would say the reason is because that franchise still has some goodwill. They haven't called fans terrible names
yet.
Well,
yes.
And Jennifer Lawrence is a meme at this point, so no one takes her serious.
Well, she's actually not in it. It takes
no, but I mean in general, when it comes to goodwill, nobody cares what she's in.
Yeah. So, I heard a lot of positive things about Jennifer Lawrence's new movie. I watched it. I liked it. Not just because her boobs are in it. I thought it was actually genuinely funny. And watching Jennifer Lawrence get pepper sprayed and get hit in the throat, she's actually pretty good at physical comedy. If I think she can probably turn her career around if she just keeps her mouth shut too. Much like Brie Larson.
None of them keep their mouths shut. That's the problem. I mean,
she's managed to do a good job, and I think she realized that if you flap your trap, people are gonna have something to say about it.
Well, I guess you have a point because when they interviewed Brie Larson at whatever that was, when they asked her about more Captain Marvel's like, I don't know, and I think that genuine reaction got a positive feel from a lot of people, and it kind of turned a little bit. I mean, we don't make fun of her so much. I mean, we've moved on to good night, Legatus. Take it easy, dude. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, see you, man.
Yeah, we're gonna shut it down soon. We're coming on 5 hours. We got shut it down soon. But no, I think it turned around a bit because we don't complain about Brie bots. We complain about Halle bots. We complain about Zegler bots. We complain about those ones now because they're the new beasts. So.
Yeah. And Brie Larson was actually personable too when she was at the Fast X premiere in Rome. She saw John Cena and she kind of had like a little bit of a simp moment, and I think that helped humanize her. And also she wasn't talking like an activist to the press, and so I think she probably realized she needs to shut the hell up too.
Maybe somebody got in her ear and just said,
probably
stop. Just
her publicist.
Yeah, you're getting older there, chick. Your credibility as you get older only wanes most of the time in Hollywood.
And your feet aren't helping at all. So
yeah, you had to go there.
Yes, of course I went there.
She keeps the socks on. We'll be all right. But if
hey, I was one of the first when I did that trailer reaction to the Marvels. Like, hey, looking pretty good there in that tank top. All right.
Agreed.
I'm good. Isn't many roles for older actresses in Hollywood, so you either better shut up or you won't be working.
Yeah. Simp culture might not believe in the wall, but Hollywood sure as fuck does.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to put the time in and be like Raquel Welch and always look like Raquel Welch for 70 years.
Or be as good as somebody like Glenn Close or what's her name? Meryl Streep. You know, I mean, they're good actresses, and that's why they keep getting the work.
Or be Salma Hayek and have tits that go on forever.
Salma Hayek is pushing 60, and she looks fucking 30.
It's amazing. It's
Like,
amazing.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
They're so buoyant.
I mean, on one end, I mean, there's two polar opposites, especially that. Not polar opposites. On one end, you have Salma Hayek, on the other end, you have Liz Hurley. It's just, did you drink the blood of virgins at some point and do a magic spell? Because my God, you're even hotter than you were 20 years ago.
I was about to say I don't know if they're part of the whole drink the blood of virgins cult, because they genuinely keep their mouths shut too.
Are they related to Dick Clark? Is what I want to know.
But I mean, well, Salma Hayek spouted some stupid stuff during the Eternals, but that might have just been Disney cue cards. I don't know, but I'll forgive her.
What'd she say? I must have missed that.
It was more of the diversity.
I don't know. All I saw was tits.
Yeah, it was diversity crap, but I mean, tits. I'll forgive her.
They didn't even. You know what really is stupid too? She's barely in that fucking movie.
Apparently, yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
No, I watched it.
Though, really.
I didn't watch it. I was just, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I watched the Eternals. Yeah.
Let's end it on that high note of Salma Hayek's rockin' body. Nearly 5 hours. This is longest one I think we've ever.
She kept it so tight.
On. Yeah.
Sam, you all right, man?
I'm fine, buddy, but we're gonna have to end it soon, or you're gonna hear something you don't want to hear.
Yeah. We're gonna all go now.
Keep in mind, I got tentacles.
What the
shocker? You don't need help with the shocker at all. So guys, thanks to Mustang, Devil, Ryan, Sam, Jed for showing up for 5 minutes. That's all right. Jed's busy all the goddamn time. So he can never come on a random stream like this. And we have to thank our special guest who was here but wasn't here, Dermy, for being Dermy. We appreciate all that you do in making us feel better about ourselves.
We're here in spirit, like that stain of Jesus on the couch.
All right, so I want to thank everybody for being here, guys. Thanks for hanging out tonight. We will catch you on the next Mellow Mondays. We'll catch you on all our channels. And have a good day at this point for people. It's getting close to day. Good Lord, it's after midnight. All right, after 1. Shit. All right, guys. Good night, everybody. Have a good night or day wherever you may.
See ya.
Bye.
Okay.
Damn it! I didn't. I'm not going to beat it. I'm not going to beat it. I'm not going to
beat it.
I am clipping this.
Oh no! It's like we're here. We still are.
I don't know.